Chapter 18 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Imagination and Memory. In this chapter we have to consider the two topics of imagination and memory. The latter has already been considered in Chapter 6, but there we viewed it from outside. We want now to ask ourselves whether there is anything further to be known about it by taking account of what is only perceptible to the person remembering. As regards the part played by images, I do not think this is essential. Sometimes there are memory images, sometimes not. Sometimes when images come in connection with memory, we may nevertheless know that the images are incorrect, showing that we have also some other and more reliable source of memory. Memory may depend upon images, as in the case mentioned above of the house where I lived as a child, but it may also be purely verbal. I am a poor visualizer, except for things I saw before I was 10 years old. When now I meet a man and wish to remember his appearance, I find that the only way is to describe him in words while I am seeing him, and then remember the words. I say to myself, "This man has blue eyes and a brown beard and a small nose. He is short, with a rounded back and sloping shoulders." I can remember these words for months, and recognize the man by means of them, unless two men having these characteristics are present at once. In this respect, a visualizer would have the advantage of me. Nevertheless, if I had made my verbal inventory sufficiently extensive and precise, it would have been pretty sure to answer its purpose. I do not think there is anything in memory that absolutely demands images as opposed to words. Whether the words we use in thought are themselves sometimes images of words, or are always incipient movements, as Watson contends, is a further question, as to which I offer no opinion, since it ought to be capable of being decided experimentally. The most important point about memory is one which has nothing to do with images, and is not mentioned in Watson's brief discussion. I mean the reference to the past. The reference to the past is not involved in mere habit memory, e.g., in skating or in repeating a poem formerly learned, but it is involved in recollection of a past incident. We do not, in this case, merely repeat what we did before. Then we felt the incident as present, but now we feel it as past. This is shown in the use of the past tense. We say to ourselves at the time, "I am having a good dinner," but next day we say, "I did have a good dinner." Thus, we do not, like a rat in a maze, repeat our previous performance. We alter the verbal formula. Why do we do so? What constitutes this reference of a recollection to the past? Let us take up the question first from the point of view of sensitivity. The stimulus to a recollection is, no doubt, always something in the present, but our reaction, or part of it, is more intimately related to a certain past event than to the present stimulus. This, in itself, can be paralleled in inanimate objects, for example, in a gramophone record. It is not the likeness of our reaction to that called forth on a former occasion that concerns us at the moment. It is the unlikeness, in the fact that now we have the feeling of pastness, which we did not have originally. You cannot sing into a dictaphone, "I love you," and then have it say 5 days hence, "I loved you last Wednesday." Yet that is what we do when we remember. I think, however, that this feature of memory is probably connected with a feature of reactions due to association when the association is cerebral. I think also that this is connected with the difference in quality that exists usually, though not always, between images and sensations. It would seem that, in such cases, the reaction aroused through association is usually different from that which would have been aroused directly, in certain definite ways. It is fainter, and has, when attended to, the sort of quality that makes us call it imaginary. In a certain class of cases, we come to know that we can make it real if we choose. This applies, e.g., to the tactual images produced by visible objects that we can touch. In such cases, the image is attached by us to the object, and its imaginary character fails to be noticed. There are cases in which the association is not due to some accident of our experience, but to a collocation which exists in nature. In other cases, however, we are perfectly aware, if we reflect, that the association depends on some circumstance in our private lives. We may, for instance, have had a very interesting conversation at a certain spot, and always think of this conversation when we find ourselves in this place. But we know that the conversation does not actually take place again when we go back to where it happened. In such a case, we notice the intrinsic difference between the event as a sensible fact in the present and the event as merely revived by association. I think this difference has to do with our feeling of pastness. The difference which we can directly observe is not, of course, between our present recollection and the past conversation, but between our present recollection and present sensible facts. This difference, combined with the inconsistency of our recollection with present facts, if our recollection were placed in the present, is perhaps a cause of our referring memories to the past. But I offer this suggestion with hesitation, and as we shall find when we have examined imagination, it cannot be the whole truth, though it may be part of it. There are some facts that tend to support the above view. In dreams, when our critical faculty is in abeyance, we may live past events over again under the impression that they are actually happening. The reference of recollections to the past must, therefore, be a matter involving a somewhat advanced type of mental activity. Conversely, we sometimes have the impression that what is happening now really happened in the past. This is a well-known and much discussed illusion. It happens especially when we are profoundly absorbed in some inward struggle or emotion, so that outer events only penetrate faintly. I suggest that in these circumstances, the quality of sensations approximates to that of images, and that this is the source of the illusion. If this suggestion is right, the feeling of pastness is really complex. Something is suggested by association, but is recognizably different from a present sensible occurrence. We therefore do not suppose that this something is happening now, and we may be confirmed in this by the fact that it is inconsistent with something that is happening now. We may then either refer the something to the past, in which case we have a recollection, though not necessarily a correct one, or we may regard the something as purely imaginary, in which case we have what we regard as pure imagination. It remains to inquire why we do sometimes the one and sometimes the other, which brings us to the discussion of imagination. I think we shall find that memory is more fundamental than imagination, and that the latter consists merely of memories of different dates assembled together. But to support this theory will demand first an analysis of imagination, and then, in the light of this analysis, an attempt to give further precision to our theory of memory. Imagination is not, as the word might suggest, essentially connected with images. No doubt images are often, even usually, present when we imagine, but they need not be. A man can improvise on the piano without first having images of the music he is going to make. A poet might write down a poem without first making it up in his head. In talking, words suggest other words, and a man with sufficient verbal associations may be successfully carried along by them for a considerable time. The art of talking without thinking is particularly necessary to public speakers, who must go on when once they are on their feet, and gradually acquire the habit of behaving in private as they do before an audience. Yet the statements they make must be admitted to be often imaginative. The essence of imagination, therefore, does not lie in images. The essence of imagination, I should say, is the absence of belief together with a novel combination of known elements. In memory, when it is correct, the combination of elements is not novel, and whether correct or not, there is belief. I say that in imagination there is a novel combination of known elements because if nothing is novel, we have a case of memory, while if the elements, or any of them, are novel, we have a case of perception. This last I say because I accept Hume's principle that there is no idea without an antecedent impression. I do not mean that this is to be applied in a blind and pedantic manner where abstract ideas are concerned. I should not maintain that no one can have an idea of liberty until he has seen the Statue of Liberty. The principle applies rather to the realm of images. I certainly do not think that in an image there can be any element which does not resemble some element in a previous perception in the distinctive manner of images. Hume made himself an unnecessary difficulty in regard to the theory that images copy impressions. He asked the question, suppose a man has seen all the different shades of color that go to make up the spectrum, except just one shade. To put the thing in modern language, suppose he has never seen light of a certain small range of wavelengths, but has seen light of all other wavelengths. Will he be able to form an image of the shade he has never seen? Hume thinks he will, although this contradicts the principle. I should say that images are always more or less vague copies of impressions, so that an image might be regarded as a copy of any one of a number of different impressions of slightly different shades. In order to get a test case for Hume's question, we should have to suppose that there was a broad band of the spectrum that the man had never seen, say the whole of the yellow. He would then, one may suppose, be able to form images which, owing to vagueness, might be applicable to orange yellow, and others applicable to green yellow, but none applicable to a yellow midway between orange and green. This is an example of an unreal puzzle manufactured by forgetting vagueness. It is analogous to the following profound problem. A man formerly hairy is now bald. He lost his hairs one by one. Therefore, there must have been just one hair that made the difference, so that while he had it, he was not bald, but when he lost it, he was. Of course, baldness is a vague conception, and so is copying, when we are speaking of the way in which images copy prototypes. What causes us, in imagination, to put elements together in a new way? Let us think first of concrete instances. You read that a ship has gone down on a route by which you have lately traveled. Very little imagination is needed to generate the thought, I might have gone down. What happens here is obvious. The route is associated both with yourself and with shipwreck, and you merely eliminate the middle term. Literary ability is largely an extension of the practice of which the above is a very humble example. Take, say, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player who struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I do not pretend to explain all the associations which led Shakespeare to think of these lines, but some few are obvious. Dusty death is suggested by Genesis 3:19. Dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Having spoken of lighting fools the way, it is natural to think of a candle, and thence of a walking shadow being lighted by the candle along the way. From shadows to players was a well-established association in Shakespeare's mind. Thus, in Midsummer Night's Dream, he says of players, "The best in this kind are but shadows, and the worst are no worse, if imagination amend them." From a poor player to a tale told by an idiot is no very difficult transition for a theatre manager, and sound and fury no doubt often formed part of the tales to which he had to listen in spite of their signifying nothing. If we knew more about Shakespeare, we could explain more of him in this sort of way. Thus, exceptional imaginative gifts appear to depend mainly upon associations that are unusual and have an emotional value owing to the fact that there is a certain uniform emotional tone about them. Many adjectives are suitable to death. In a mood quite different from Macbeth's, it may be called noble, puissant, and mighty. A chancellor of the exchequer, thinking of the death duties, might be inclined to speak of lucrative death. Nevertheless, he would not, like Vaughan, speak of dear, beauteous death. Shakespeare also would not have spoken of death in such terms, for his view of it was pagan. He speaks of that churl death. So a man's verbal associations may afford a key to his emotional reactions, for often what connects two words in his mind is the fact that they rouse similar emotions. The absence of belief that accompanies imagination is a somewhat sophisticated product. It fails in sleep and in strong and emotional excitement. Children invent terrors for fun, and then begin to believe in them. The state of entertaining an idea without believing it is one involving some tension, which demands a certain level of intellectual development. It may be assumed that imagination, at first, always involved belief, as it still does in dreams. I am not concerned at the moment to define belief, but a criterion is influence on action. If I say, "Suppose there were a tiger outside your front door," you will remain calm. But if I say, with a manner as to command belief, "There is a tiger outside your front door," you will stay at home, even if it involves missing your train to the office. This illustrates what I mean when I say that imagination, in its developed form, involves absence of belief. But this is not true of its primitive forms, and even a civilized adult, passing through a churchyard on a dark night, may feel fear if his imagination turns in the direction of ghosts. When imagination passes into belief, it does not, as a rule, become a belief about the past. Generally, we place the imagined object in the present, but not where it would be perceptible to our senses. If we place it in the past, it is because the past has some great emotional significance for us. If a person we love has been in great danger, and we do not know whether he has come through safely, imagination of his death may lead us to believe that he has been killed. And often imagination leads us to believe that something is going to happen. What is common to all such cases is the emotional interest. This first causes us to imagine an event, and then leads us to think that it has happened, is happening, or will happen, according to the circumstances. Hope and fear have this effect equally. Wish fulfillment and dread fulfillment are equally sources of dreams and daydreams. A great many beliefs have a source of this kind. But in spite of psychoanalysis, there are a great many that have a more rational foundation. I believe that Columbus first crossed the ocean in 1492, though 1491 or 1493 would have suited me just as well. I cannot discover that there is any emotional element in this belief, or in the belief that Semipalatinsk is in Central Asia. The view that all our beliefs are irrational is perhaps somewhat overdone nowadays, though it is far more nearly true than the views that it has displaced. We must now return to the subject of memory. Memory proper does not, like imagination, involve a rearrangement of elements derived from past experience. On the contrary, it should restore such elements in the pattern in which they occurred. This is the vital difference between memory and imagination. Belief, even belief involving reference to the past, may, as we have seen, be present in what is really imagination, though it may not seem to be so to the person concerned. That being so, we still have to consider what constitutes the reference to the past, since the view tentatively suggested before we had considered imagination turns out to be inadequate. There is one possible view, suggested though not definitely adopted, by Dr. Broad in his chapter on memory, already referred to. According to this view, we have to start from temporal succession as perceived within what is called the specious present, i.e., a short period of time such that the events that occur throughout it can be perceived together. I shall return to this subject presently. For example, you can see a quick movement as a whole. You are not merely aware that the object was first in one place and then in another. You can see the movement of the second hand of a watch, but not of the hour hand or minute hand. When you see a movement in this sense, you are aware that one part of it is earlier than another. Thus you acquire the idea earlier, and you can mean by past earlier than this, where this is what is actually happening. This is a logically possible theory, but it seems nevertheless somewhat difficult to believe. I do not know, however, of any easier theory, and I shall therefore adopt it provisionally while waiting for something better. For the understanding of memory, it is a help to consider the links connecting its most developed forms with other occurrences of a less complex kind. True recollection comes at the end of a series of stages. I shall distinguish 5 stages along the way, so that recollection becomes the 6th in gradual progress. The stages are as follows. 1. Images. As we have seen, images, at any rate in their simpler parts, in fact copy past sensations more or less vaguely, even when they are not known to do so. Images are mnemic phenomena, in the sense that they are called up by stimuli formerly associated with their prototypes, so that their occurrence is a result of past experience according to the law of association. But obviously an image which in fact copies a past occurrence does not constitute a recollection unless it is felt to be a copy. 2. Familiarity. Images and perceptions may come to us, and so may words or other bodily movements, with more or less of the feeling we call familiarity. When you recall a tune that you have heard before, either by images or by actually singing it, part of what comes to you may feel familiar, part unfamiliar. This may lead you to judge that you have remembered the familiar part rightly and the unfamiliar part wrongly. But this judgment belongs to a later stage. 3. Habit memory. We've already discussed this in Chapter 6. People say they remember a poem if they can repeat it correctly, but this does not necessarily involve any recollection of a past occurrence. You may have quite forgotten when and where you read the poem. This sort of memory is mere habit, and is essentially like knowing how to walk, although you cannot remember learning how to walk. This does not deserve to be called memory in the strict sense. 4. Recognition. This has 2 forms. A. When you see a dog, you can say to yourself, "There is a dog," without recalling any case in which you have seen a dog before, and even without reflecting that there have been such cases. This involves no knowledge about the past. Essentially, it is only an associative habit. B. You may know, "I saw this before," though you do not know when or where, and cannot recollect the previous occurrence in any way. In such a case there is knowledge about the past, but it is very slight. When you judge, "I saw this before," the word "this" must be used vaguely, because you did not see exactly what you see now, but only something very like this. Thus, all that you are really knowing is that on some past occasion you saw something very like what you are seeing now. This is about the minimum of knowledge about the past that actually occurs. 5. Immediate memory. I come now to a region intermediate between sensation and true memory, the region of what is sometimes called immediate memory. When a sense organ is stimulated, it does not, on the cessation of the stimulus, return at once to its unstimulated condition. It goes on, so to speak, vibrating, like a piano string, for a short time. For example, when you see a flash of lightning, your sensation, brief as it is, lasts much longer than the lightning is a physical occurrence. There is a period during which a sensation is fading. It is then called an acholuthic sensation. It is owing to this fact that you can see a movement as a whole. As observed before, you cannot see the minute hand of a watch moving, but you can see the second hand moving. That is because it is in several appreciably different places within the short time that is required for one visual sensation to fade, so that you do actually, at one moment, see it in several places. The fading sensations, however, feel different from those that are fresh, and thus the various positions, which are all sensibly present, are placed in a series by the degree of fading, and you acquire the perception of movement as a process. Exactly the same considerations apply to hearing a spoken sentence. Thus, not only an instant, but a short finite time is sensibly present to you at any moment. This short finite time is called the specious present. By the felt degree of fading, you can distinguish earlier and later in the specious present, and thus experience temporal succession without the need of true memory. If you see me quickly move my arm from left to right, you have an experience which is quite different from what you would have if you now saw it at the right and remembered that a little while ago you saw it at the left. The difference is that in the quick movement, the whole falls within the specious present, so that the entire process is sensible. The knowledge of something as in the immediate past, though still sensible, is called immediate memory. It has great importance in connection with our apprehension of temporal processes, but cannot count as a form of true memory. 6. True recollection. We will suppose, for the sake of definiteness, that I am remembering what I had for breakfast this morning. There are two questions which we must ask about this occurrence. A. What is happening now when I recollect? B. What is the relation of the present happening to the event remembered? As to what is happening now, my recollection may involve either images or words. In the latter case, the words themselves may be merely imagined. I will take the case in which there are images without words, which must be the more primitive, since we cannot suppose that memory would be impossible without words. The first point is one which seems so obvious that I should be ashamed to mention it, but for the fact that many distinguished philosophers think otherwise. The point is this: whatever may be happening now, the event remembered is not happening. Memory is often spoken of as if it involved the actual persistence of the past which is remembered. Bergson, e.g., speaks of the interpenetration of the present by the past. This is mere mythology. The event which occurs when I remember is quite different from the event remembered. People who are starving can remember their last meal, but the recollection does not appease their hunger. There is no mystic survival of the past when we remember, merely a new event having a certain relation to the old one. What this relation is, we shall consider presently. It is quite clear that images are not enough to constitute recollection, even when they are accurate copies of a past occurrence. One may, in a dream, live over again a past experience. While one is dreaming, one does not seem to be recalling a previous occurrence, but living through a fresh experience. We cannot be said to be remembering, in the strict sense, unless we have a belief referring to the past. Images which, like those in dreams, feel as if they were sensations, do not constitute recollection. There must be some feeling which makes us refer the images to a past prototype. Perhaps familiarity is enough to cause us to do so, and perhaps this also explains the experience of trying to remember something and feeling that we are not remembering it right. Parts of a complex image may feel more familiar than other parts, and we then feel more confidence in the correctness of the familiar parts than in that of the others. The conviction that the image we are forming of a past event is wrong might seem to imply that we must be knowing the past otherwise than by images. But I do not think this conclusion is really warranted, since degrees of familiarity in images suffice to explain this experience. B. What is the relation of the present happening to the event remembered? If we recollect correctly, The several images will have that kind of resemblance of quality which images can have to their prototypes, and their structure and relations will be identical with those of their prototypes. Suppose, for instance, you want to remember whether, in a certain room, the window is to the right or left of the door as viewed from the fireplace. You can observe your image of the room, consisting, inter alia, of an image of the door and an image of the window standing, if your recollection is correct, in the same relation as when you are actually seeing the room. Memory will consist in attaching to this complex image the sort of belief that refers to the past, and the correctness of memory consists of similarity of quality and identity of structure between the complex image and a previous perception. As for the trustworthiness of memory, there are two things to be said. Taken as a whole, memory is one of the independent sources of our knowledge. That is to say, there is no way of arriving at the things we know through memory by any argument wholly derived from things known otherwise. But no single memory is obliged to stand alone, because it fits, or does not fit, into a system of knowledge about the past based upon the sum total of memories. When what is remembered is a perception by one or more of the public senses, other people may corroborate it. Even when it is private, it may be confirmed by other evidence. You may remember that you had a toothache yesterday, and that you saw the dentist today. The latter fact may be confirmed by an entry in your diary. All these make a consistent whole, and each increases the likelihood of the other. Thus, we can test the truth of any particular recollection, though not of memory as a whole. To say that we cannot test the truth of memory as a whole is not to give a reason for doubting it, but merely to say that it is an independent source of knowledge, not wholly replaceable by other sources. We know that our memory is fallible, but we have no reason to distrust it on the whole after sufficient care and verification has been taken. The causation of particular acts of recollection seems to be wholly associative. Something in the present is very like something in the past, and calls up the context of the past occurrence in the shape of images or words. When attention falls upon this context, we believe that it occurred in the past, not as mere images, and then we have an act of recollection. There are many difficult problems connected with memory which I have not discussed, because they have an interest which is more purely psychological than philosophical. It is memory as a source of knowledge that specially concerns the philosopher. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The introspective analysis of perception. We have considered perception already from the behaviorist standpoint, and also from that of physics. In the present chapter, we are to consider it from the standpoint of self-observation, with a view to discovering as much as we can about the intrinsic character of the event in us when we perceive. I shall begin with certain traditional doctrines as to mental events, and shall thence pass to the doctrines that I wish to advocate. The words mind and matter are used glibly, both by ordinary people and by philosophers, without any adequate attempt at definition. Philosophers are much to blame for this. My own feeling is that there is not a sharp line, but a difference of degree. An oyster is less mental than a man, but not wholly unmental. And I think mental is a character, like harmonious or discordant, that cannot belong to a single entity in its own right, but only to a system of entities. But before defending this view, I wish to spend some time on the theories that have been current in the past. Traditionally, there are two ways of becoming aware that something exists, one by the senses, the other by what is called introspection, or what Kant called the inner sense. By means of introspection, it is maintained, we become aware of occurrences quite different in kind from those perceived through the outer senses. Occurrences known through introspection are traditionally called mental, and so are any other occurrences which intrinsically resemble them. Mental occurrences are traditionally of three main types, called knowing, willing, and feeling. Feeling, in this connection, means pleasure and unpleasure. We do not say pleasure and pain, because pain is an ambiguous word. It may stand for painful sensation, as when you say, "I have a pain in my tooth," or it may stand for the unpleasant character of the sensation. Roughly, pleasure is a quality which makes you want an experience to continue, and unpleasure is the opposite quality, which makes you want an experience to stop. However, I am not concerned to enlarge upon feeling at present. As for the two other kinds of mental occurrence, knowing and willing are recognized as too narrow to describe what is meant. Philosophers wish to include not only knowledge, but also error, and not only the sort of knowledge that is expressed in beliefs, but also the sort that occurs in perception. The word cognition, or cognitive state, is used to cover everything that could possibly be described as either knowledge or error. Perception is prima facie included, but pure sensation is more debatable. Willing, again, is too narrow a term. A term is required which will include desire and aversion, and generally those states of mind which lead up to action. These are all included under the head of conation, a technical term invented for this special purpose. Cognition and conation both have, in the orthodox theory, the property of being directed to an object. What you perceive or believe, what you desire or will, is something different from your state of mind. To take instances, you remember a past event, but your remembering occurs now. Therefore, your remembering is a different occurrence from what you remember. You will to move your arm, but the movement is a physical occurrence, and therefore obviously different from your volition. Many psychologists have taken this relation to an object as the essential characteristic of mind, notably the two Austrians, Brentano and Meinong. Sometimes feeling is also regarded as having an object. It is held that we are pleased or displeased at something. This view, however, has never won general acceptance, whereas the view that cognition and conation are directed to objects may be regarded as orthodox. It is undeniable that this characteristic of being directed to objects is, in some sense, a property of cognition and conation, but there is room for great difference of opinion as to the proper analysis of the property. I think we cannot hope to understand the word mental until we have undertaken this analysis, and I shall therefore proceed to address myself to it. I shall confine myself to cognition, which is more important, for our present purposes, than conation. As regards cognition, though philosophers have disagreed widely, I think that, until recently, most would have assented to at least the following paragraph. Cognition is of various sorts. Take, as important kinds, perception, memory, conception, and beliefs involving concepts. Perception is the ordinary awareness of sensible objects, seeing a table, hearing a piano, and so on. Memory is awareness of a past occurrence, when this awareness is direct, not inferred or derived from testimony. Conception is more difficult to characterize. One may say, as a way of pointing out what is intended, that we conceive whenever we understand the meaning of an abstract word, or think of that which is, in fact, the meaning of the word. If you see a white patch of snow, or recall it by means of images, you do not have a concept, but if you think about whiteness, you have a concept. Similarly, if, after seeing a number of coins, you think about roundness as a common characteristic of all of them, you have a concept. The object of your thought in such a case is a universal or Platonic idea. Every sentence must contain at least one word expressing a concept, and therefore every belief that can be expressed in words contains concepts. Each of these kinds of cognitive attitude involves its own problems. In the present chapter, we are concerned with perception. This has to be treated both introspectively and causally. It is the introspective treatment that we now have to undertake. When you have the experience called seeing a table, there is a certain amount of difference between your unreflecting judgment and what careful examination reveals as to the nature of your experience. You judge that the table is rectangular, but the patch of color in your visual field is not a rectangle. When you learn to draw, you have to draw the table as it really seems, and not as it seems to seem. You have images of sensations of touch. If you were to try to touch the table, and it turned out to be an optical illusion, you would get a violent shock of surprise. You also have expectations of a certain degree of permanence and weight. If you went to lift the table, you would find your muscles quite wrongly adjusted if the table were much lighter than it looked. All these elements must be included in the perception, though not in the sensation. Sensation, as opposed to perception, is more or less hypothetical. It is supposed to be the core, in the perception, which is solely due to the stimulus and the sense organ, not to past experience. When you judge that the table is rectangular, it is past experience that enables and compels you to do so. If you had been born blind and just operated upon, you could not make this judgment, nor would you have expectations of hardness, etc. But none of this can be discovered by introspection. From an introspective point of view, the elements due to past experience are largely indistinguishable from those due to the stimulus alone. One supposes that past experience modifies the brain, and thereby modifies the mental occurrence due to the stimulus. The notion of sensation, as opposed to perception, belongs therefore to the causal study of perception, not to the introspective study. There is, however, a distinction to be made here. You can discover by mere self-observation that visual objects are accompanied by expectations or images of touch. And similarly, if you touch an object in the dark, you will probably be led to form some visual image of it. Here you can arrive at a certain degree of analysis of your perception through the fact that images, as a rule, feel different from the immediate results of a sensory stimulus. On the other hand, no amount of introspection alone will reveal such things as the blind spot. The filling in of a sensation by elements belonging to the same sense is much less discoverable by introspection than the filling in by associated images belonging to other senses. Thus, although by introspection alone we could discover part of the influence of experience on perception, there is another part which we cannot discover in this way. Remaining in the introspective attitude, it is evident that the contents of our minds at any given moment are very complex. Throughout our normal waking life, we are always seeing, hearing, and touching, sometimes smelling and tasting, always having various bodily sensations, always feeling pleasant or unpleasant feelings, usually both, always having desires or aversions. We are not normally aware of all these items, but we can become aware of any of them by turning our attention in the right direction. I am not, at present, discussing unconscious mental states, because they, obviously, can only be known causally, and we are now considering what can be known introspectively. There may be any number of perceptions that cannot be known by introspection. The point for us, at the moment, is that those that can be discovered by introspection at any one time are many and various. I do not wish, just now, to discuss the nature of attention. I only wish to point out that it enables us to take the first steps in abstraction. Out of the whole multiplicity of objects of sense, it enables us to single out a small selection, which is an indispensable preliminary to abstraction. For example, attention will enable us to discriminate a colored pattern which we are seeing, and to separate it from the other things we see, and from images and other objects of sense and thoughts which may exist simultaneously. For the sake of simplicity, let us suppose that we discriminate a black and white pattern in the form of a triangle. Within this pattern we can further discriminate sides and angles, and an inside and outside. Of course, the sides are not mathematical lines, nor the angles mathematical points. We now come to a question of very great importance, upon which our views of the relations of mind and matter largely depend. The question is this: what difference is there between the propositions "there is a triangle" and "I see a triangle"? Both these statements seem as certain as any statement can be, at least if rightly interpreted. As always happens in such cases, we are quite certain of something, but not quite certain what it is that we are certain of. I want to ask whether this something that we are certain of is really different in the above two statements, or whether the difference between them is only as to surroundings of which we are not certain. Most philosophers hold that there is a difference in what we are certain of. Mach, James, Dewey, the American realists, and I hold that the difference is in the uncertain context. Let us examine this question. The suggestions of the two statements "I see a triangle" and "there is a triangle" are obviously different. The first states an event in my life and suggests its possible effects upon me. The second aims at stating an event in the world, supposed to be equally discoverable by other people. You might say "there is a triangle" if you had seen it a moment ago but now had your eyes shut. In this case you would not say "I see a triangle." On the other hand, one sometimes, under the influence of indigestion or fatigue, sees little black dots floating in the air. In such circumstances you would say "I see a black dot," but not "there is a black dot." This illustration shows that when you say "there is a black dot," you are making a stronger assertion than when you say "I see a black dot." In the other case, when you say "there is a triangle," because you saw it a moment ago, though not now, you have three stages. First, memory assures you of the proposition "I saw a triangle," and then you pass on to "there was a triangle," and then further to "there is a triangle," because nothing can have happened to destroy it so quickly. Here we have obviously passed far beyond the region of immediate certainty. It seems clear, therefore, that of our two statements, the one which comes nearest to expressing the fact of which we are immediately certain is "I see a triangle," because the other makes inferences to something public, and thus goes beyond the bare datum. This is on the assumption that we should not say "there is a black dot" when we see a black dot which we attribute to eye trouble, and therefore suppose that no one else can see it. Let us therefore concentrate upon "I see a triangle," and ask ourselves whether the whole of this, or only part, can be accepted as a primitive certainty. A moment's reflection shows that both "I" and "see" are words which take us beyond what the momentary event reveals. Take "I" to begin with. This is a word whose meaning evidently depends upon memory and expectation. "I" means the person who had certain remembered experiences, and is expected to have future experiences. We might say, "I see a triangle now, and I saw a square a moment ago." The word "I" has exactly the same meaning in its two occurrences in this sentence, and therefore evidently has a meaning dependent upon memory. Now it is our object to arrive at the contribution to your knowledge which is made by seeing the triangle at the moment. Therefore, since the word "I" takes you beyond this contribution, we must cut it out if we want to find a correct verbal expression for what is added to our knowledge by seeing the triangle. We will say, "A triangle is being seen." This is, at any rate, one step nearer to what we are seeking. But now we must deal with the word "seen." As ordinarily used, this is a causal word, suggesting something dependent upon the eyes. In this sense, It obviously involves a mass of previous experience. A newborn baby does not know that what it sees depends upon its eyes. However, we could eliminate this. Obviously, all objects of sight have a common quality which no objects of touch or hearing have. A visual object is different from an auditory object, and so on. Therefore, instead of saying a triangle is being seen, we should say there is a visual triangle. Of course, the meanings of the words visual and triangle can only be learnt by experience, but they are not logically dependent upon experience. A being could be imagined which would know the words at birth. Such a being could express its datum in the words, "There is a visual triangle." In any case, the problems remaining belong to the study of concepts. We will therefore ignore them at present. Now, in English, the words "there is" are ambiguous. When I used them before, saying "there is a triangle," I meant them in the sense of voilà or da ist. Now I mean them in the sense of il y a or es gibt. One might express what is meant by saying a visual triangle exists, but the word exist has all sorts of metaphysical connotations that I wish to avoid. Perhaps it is best to say occurs. We have now arrived at something which is just as true when your perception is illusory as when it is correct. If you say, a visual black dot is occurring, you are speaking the truth, if there is one in your field of vision. We have eliminated the suggestion that others could see it, or that it could be touched, or that it is composed of matter in the sense of physics. All these suggestions are present when one says, in ordinary conversation, there is a black dot. They are intended to be eliminated by the addition of the word visual and the substitution of is occurring for there is. By these means we have arrived at what is indubitable and intrinsic in the addition to your knowledge derived from a visual datum. We must now ask ourselves once more, is there still a distinction within what is immediate and intrinsic between the occurrence of a visual datum and the cognition of it? Can we say, on the basis of immediate experience, not only a visual black dot occurs, but also a visual black dot is cognized? My feeling is that we cannot. When we say that it is cognized, we seem to me to mean that it is part of an experience. That is to say, that it can be remembered, or can modify our habits, or generally can have what are called mnemic effects. All this takes us beyond the immediate experience into the realm of causal relations. I see no reason to think that there is any duality of subject and object in the occurrence itself, or that it can be properly described as a case of knowledge. It gives rise to knowledge through memory, and through conscious or unconscious inferences to the common correlates of such data. But in itself it is not knowledge, and has no duality. The datum is a datum equally for physics and for psychology. It is a meeting point of the two. It is neither mental nor physical, just as a single name is neither in alphabetical order nor in order of precedence. But it is part of the raw material of both the mental and the physical worlds. This is the theory which is called neutral monism, and is the one that I believe to be true. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Consciousness? 23 years have elapsed since William James startled the world with his article entitled, "Does Consciousness Exist?" In this article, reprinted in the volume called Essays in Radical Empiricism, he set out the view that there is only one primal stuff or material in the world, and that the word consciousness stands for a function, not an entity. He holds that there are thoughts which perform the function of knowing, but that thoughts are not made of any different stuff from that of which material objects are made. He thus laid the foundations for what is called neutral monism, a view advocated by most American realists. This is the view advocated in the present volume. In this chapter, we have to ask ourselves whether there is anything that we can call consciousness in any sense involving a peculiar kind of stuff, or whether we can agree with William James that there is no inner duplicity in the stuff of the world as we know it, and that the separation of it into knowing and what is known does not represent a fundamental dualism. There are two very different meanings attached to the word consciousness by those who use it. On the one hand, we are said to be conscious of something. In this sense, consciousness is a relation. On the other hand, consciousness may be regarded as a quality of mental occurrences, not consisting in their relation to other things. Let us take the first view first, since, in discussing it, we shall find reasons for rejecting the second view. What is the relation we call being conscious of something? Take the difference between a person awake and a person asleep. The former reacts to all kinds of stimuli to which the latter does not react. We therefore say that the latter is not conscious of what is happening in his neighborhood. But even if the sleeper does react in a fashion, for example, by turning away from the light, such a reaction does not fall within what is commonly regarded as knowledge or awareness. We should say that the sleeper turned over unconsciously. If he wakes up sufficiently to speak intelligently, for instance, to address the disturber by name, we consider him conscious. So we do if we find that he remembers the incident next morning. But common sense does not regard any and every bodily movement in response to a stimulus as evidence of consciousness. There is no doubt, I think, that common sense regards certain kinds of response as evidence of some mental process caused by the stimulus, and regards the consciousness as residing in the inferred mental occurrence. Sometimes, however, as in hypnotism and sleepwalking, people refuse to admit consciousness, even where many of the usual marks of it are present. For this there are certain reasons. One of them is subsequent lack of memory. Another is lack of intelligence in what is being done. If you offer a hypnotized patient a drink of ink, telling him it is port wine, and he drinks it up with every sign of enjoyment, you say that he is not conscious, because he does not react normally to the nasty taste. It would seem better, however, to say that he is conscious of the hypnotist and what he commands, though not of other things of which he would be conscious in a normal condition. And lack of subsequent memory is a very difficult criterion, since we normally forget many things that have happened to us, and the sleepwalker's forgetting is only unusually complete. This is obviously a matter of degree. Take next morning's memories in the case of a man who was drunk overnight. They become more and more vague as he reviews the later hours of the evening, but there is no sharp line where they cease abruptly. Thus, if memory is a test, consciousness must be a matter of degree. I think that here again, common sense regards a certain amount of memory as necessary evidence to prove that there were mental processes at the time of the acts in question, acts in sleeps being regarded as not involving mind, and other acts in certain abnormal conditions being supposed to resemble those of sleep in this respect. It follows that if we are to find out what is commonly meant by consciousness, we must ask ourselves what is meant by a mental occurrence. Not every mental occurrence, however, is in question. The only kinds concerned are those which seem to have a relation to an object. A feeling of pleasant drowsiness would commonly count as mental, but does not involve consciousness of an object. It is this supposed peculiar relation to an object that we have to examine. We may take, as the best example, an ordinary act of perception. I see, let us say, a table, and I am convinced that the table is outside me, whereas my seeing of it is a mental occurrence, which is inside me. In such a case I am conscious of the table, so at least common sense would say. And since I cannot see without seeing something, this relation to an object is of the very essence of seeing. The same essential relation to an object, it would be said, is characteristic of every kind of consciousness. But when we begin to consider this view more closely, all sorts of difficulties arise. We have already seen that, on grounds derived from physics, the table itself, as a physical thing, cannot be regarded as the object of our perception, if the object is something essential to the existence of the perception. In suitable circumstances, we shall have the same perception although there is no table. In fact, there is no event outside the brain which must exist whenever we see a table. It seems preposterous to say that when we think we see a table, we really see a motion in our own brain. Hence we are led to the conclusion that the object which is essential to the existence of an act of perception is just as mental as the perceiving. In fact, so this theory runs, the mental occurrence called perceiving is one which contains within itself the relation of perceiver and perceived, both sides of the relation being equally mental. Now, however, there seems no longer any reason to suppose that there is any essentially relational character about what occurs in us when we perceive. The original reason for thinking so was the naively realistic view that we see the actual table. If what we see is as mental as our seeing, why distinguish between the two? The colored pattern that we see is not really out there, as we had supposed. It is in our heads, if we are speaking of physical space. True, more than a colored pattern occurs when we see a table. There are tactual expectations or images. There is probably belief in an external object, and afterwards there may be memory or other mnemic effects. All this may be taken as representing what the above theory took to be the subject side of an act of perception, while the colored pattern is what the theory took to be the object side. But both sides are on a level as regards being mental, and the relation between the two sides is not of such a kind that the existence of the one logically demands the existence of the other. On the contrary, the relation between the two sides is causal, being dependent upon experience and the law of association. If this is correct, what really happens when, as common sense would say, we are conscious of a table is more or less as follows. First, there is a physical process external to the body, producing a stimulus to the eye which occurs rarely, not never, in the absence of an actual physical table. Then there is a process in the eye, nerves, and brain, and finally there is a colored pattern. This colored pattern, by the law of association, gives rise to tactual and other expectations and images. Also, perhaps, to memories and other habits. But everything in this whole series consists of a causally continuous chain of events in space-time, and we have no reason to assert that the events in us are so very different from the events outside us. As to this, we must remain ignorant, since the outside events are only known as to their abstract mathematical characteristics, which do not show whether these events are like thoughts or unlike them. It follows that consciousness cannot be defined either as a peculiar kind of relation or as an intrinsic character belonging to certain events and not to others. Mental events are not essentially relational, and we do not know enough of the intrinsic character of events outside us to say whether it does or does not differ from that of mental events. But what makes us call a certain class of events mental and distinguish them from other events is the combination of sensitivity with associative reproduction. The more markedly this combination exists, the more mental are the events concerned. Thus, mentality is a matter of degree. There is, however, a further point which must be discussed in this connection, and that is self-consciousness, or awareness of our own mental events. We already had occasion to touch on this in Chapter 16, in connection with Descartes' I think, therefore I am. But I want to discuss the question afresh in connection with consciousness. When the plain man sees a table in the presence of a philosopher, the plain man can be driven, by the arguments we have repeatedly brought forward, to admit that he cannot have complete certainty as to anything outside himself. But if he does not lose his head or his temper, he will remain certain that there is a colored pattern, which may be in him, but indubitably exists. No argument from logic or physics even tends to show that he is mistaken in this. Therefore, there is no reason why he should surrender his conviction. The argument about knowledge in Chapter VIII showed that, accepting the usual views of physicists as to causal laws, our knowledge becomes more certain as the causal chain from object to reaction is shortened, and can only be quite certain when the two are in the same place in space-time, or at least contiguous. Thus, we should expect that the highest grade of certainty would belong to knowledge as to what happens in our own heads. And this is exactly what we have when we are aware of our own mental events, such as the existence of a colored pattern when we thought we were seeing a table. We might therefore, if we were anxious to preserve the word mental, define a mental event as one that can be known with the highest grade of certainty, because in physical space-time, the event and the knowing of it are contiguous. Thus, mental events will be certain of the events that occur in heads that have brains. They will not be all events that occur in brains, but only such as cause a reaction of the kind that can be called knowledge. There are, however, still a number of difficult questions to which, as yet, a definitive answer cannot be given. When we know a thought of our own, what happens? And do we know the thought in a more intimate way than we know anything else? Knowledge of external events, as we have seen, consists of a certain sensitivity to their presence, but not in having in or before our minds anything similar to them, except in certain abstract structural respects. Is knowledge of our own minds equally abstract and indirect? Or is it something more analogous to what we ordinarily imagine knowledge to be? Take the first question. What happens when we know a thought of our own? Taking the definition of knowing that we adopted in Chapter VIII, we shall say, we know a thought of our own when an event in our brain causes a characteristic reaction which is present when the event occurs, and not otherwise. In this sense, whenever we say, I see a table, we are knowing a thought, since an event in our brain is the only invariable antecedent of such a statement, assuming it to be made truthfully. We may think we are knowing a table, but this is an error. Thus, the difference between introspective and other knowledge is only in our intention and in the degree of certainty. When we say, I see a table, we may intend to know an external object, but if so, we may be mistaken. We are, however, actually knowing the occurrence of a visual percept. When we describe the same occurrence in the words, a certain colored pattern is occurring, we have changed our intention and are much more certain of being right. Thus, all that differentiates our reaction when it gives introspective knowledge from our reaction when it gives knowledge of another kind is the elimination of a possible source of error. I come now to the question, do we know our own thoughts in a more intimate way than we know anything else? This is a question to which it is difficult to give precision. It describes something that one feels to be a problem without being able to say exactly what the problem is. However, some things can be said which may serve to clear up our feelings, if not our ideas. Suppose you are asked to repeat after a man whatever he says, as a test of your hearing. He says, "How do you do?" And you repeat, "How do you do?" This is your knowledge reaction, and you hear yourself speaking. You can perceive that what you hear when you speak is closely similar to what you hear when the other man speaks. This makes you feel that your reaction reproduces accurately what you heard. Your knowledge reaction, in this case, is the cause of an occurrence closely similar to the occurrence that you are knowing. Moreover, our inveterate naive realism makes us think that what we said was what we heard while we were speaking. This is, of course, an illusion, since an elaborate chain of physical and physiological causation intervenes between speaking and hearing oneself speak. Nevertheless, the illusion reinforces our conviction that our knowledge, in such a case, is very intimate. And it is, in fact, as intimate as it can hope to be, when our knowledge reaction reproduces the very event we are knowing, or at least an event extremely similar to it. This may be the case on other occasions, but we can only know with any certainty that it is the case when what is known is a percept. This accounts for the fact that our most indubitable and complete knowledge is concerning percepts, not concerning other mental events or events in the external world. Our reaction to a sound can be to make a similar sound, and if we are clever enough, we can paint something very like what we see. But we cannot show our knowledge of a pleasure by creating for ourselves another very similar pleasure, nor of a desire by creating a similar desire. Thus, percepts are known with more accuracy and certainty than anything else, either in the outer world or in our own minds. The conclusion we have reached in this chapter is that William James was right in his views on consciousness. No mental occurrence has, in its own intrinsic nature, that sort of relational character that was implied in the opposition of subject and object, or of knower and known. Nevertheless, we can distinguish mental events from others, and our most indubitable knowledge is concerned with a certain class of mental events. We have arrived at this result by following out, to its logical conclusion, the behaviorist definition of knowledge which we gave in Chapter VIII. We have had to modify considerably the point of view which originally led us to that definition, the modification having been forced upon us by the physical knowledge which, starting from a common-sense realism, has been gradually driven, through the causal theory of perception, to a view of cognition far more subjective than that from which physicists, like the rest of mankind, originally set out. But I do not see how there can be any escape from this development. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Emotion, Desire, and Will. Hitherto, in our investigation of man from within, we have considered only the cognitive aspect, which is, in fact, the most important to philosophy. But now we must turn our attention to the other sides of human nature. If we treat them more briefly than the cognitive side, it is not because they are less important, but because their main importance is practical, and our task is theoretical. Let us begin with emotions. The theory of the emotions has been radically transformed by the discovery of the part played by the ductless glands. Cannon's Bodily Changes in Pain, Hunger, Fear, and Rage is a book whose teaching has come to be widely known, though not more so than its importance warrants. It appears that certain secretions from the glands into the blood are the essential physiological conditions of the emotions. Some people say that the physiological changes correlated with these secretions are the emotions. I think this view must be received with some caution. As everyone knows, the adrenal glands secrete adrenaline, which produces the bodily symptoms of fear or rage. On one occasion, my dentist injected a considerable amount of this substance into my blood in the course of administering a local anesthetic. I turned pale and trembled, and my heart beat violently. The bodily symptoms of fear were present, as the book said they should be, but it was quite obvious to me that I was not actually feeling fear. I should have had the same bodily symptoms in the presence of a tyrant about to condemn me to death, but there would have been something extra, which was absent when I was in the dentist's chair. What was different was the cognitive part. I did not feel fear because I knew there was nothing to be afraid of. In normal life, the adrenal glands are stimulated by the perception of an object which is frightful or enraging. Thus, there is already a cognitive element present. The fear or rage attaches itself to the object which has stimulated the glands, and the full emotion arises. But when adrenaline is artificially administered, this cognitive element is absent, and the emotion in its entirety fails to arise. Probably, if it were administered in sleep, it would produce a dream of terror, in which the dreamer's imagination would supply an object for fear. The same thing might happen on waking life with animals or young children. But with an adult of average rationality, the knowledge that there is nothing to be afraid of inhibits the full development of the emotion. Fear and rage are both active emotions, demanding a certain kind of behavior towards an object. When this behavior is obviously not called for, it is impossible to feel either emotion fully. There are, however, other emotions, such as melancholy, which do not demand an object. These, presumably, can be caused in their entirety by administering the proper secretions. A disordered liver may cause melancholy which is not relieved by knowledge of its source. The emotions which do not require an object are those which do not call for any appropriate line of action. Emotions are subject to conditioning, so that the stimuli which call them out become more various as a result of experience. Dr. Watson has found only 2 original stimuli to fear in young infants, namely, loud noises and lack of support, but anything associated with either of these may become terrifying. The separation of an emotional element in our integral reaction to a situation is more or less artificial. No doubt there is a definite physiological concomitant, namely stimulation of a gland, but fear, for example, involves a mode of action towards an object, for which mode of action the secretion of adrenaline is helpful. There is, however, something in common among a number of occasions that have a given emotional tone. This may be seen from the fact that they are associated. When we are feeling some emotion strongly, we tend to think of other occasions when we have had similar feelings. Association by means of emotional similarity is a characteristic of a great deal of poetry, and this accounts for the fact that if our blood is in a state usually associated with terror, we shall, if our critical faculty is in abeyance, be very likely to imagine some cause of fear so vividly as to believe that it is really present. In the night, imagining some fear, how easy is a bush supposed to bear? But in a rational man, if he is not drunk or sleepy, other associations are too strong for this production of imaginary terrors. That is why it is possible to show the physical symptoms of fear under the influence of adrenaline without actually feeling the emotion. The emotions are what make life interesting, and what makes us feel it important. From this point of view, they are the most valuable element in human existence. But when, as in philosophy, we are trying to understand the world, they appear rather as a hindrance. They generate irrational opinions, since emotional associations seldom correspond with collocations in the external world. They cause us to view the universe in the mirror of our moods, as now bright, now dim, according to the state of the mirror. With the sole exception of curiosity, the emotions are, on the whole, a hindrance to the intellectual life, though the degree of vigor required for successful thinking is likely to be correlated with a considerable susceptibility to emotion. If I say little about the emotions in this book, it is not from underestimating their human importance, but solely because the task upon which we are engaged is theoretical rather than practical. To understand the world, not to change it. And if emotion determines the ends we shall pursue, knowledge is what gives us the power to realize them. Even from the practical point of view, the advancement of knowledge is more useful than anything else that lies within human power. I come now to the subject of desire, which we considered from a behaviorist standpoint in Chapter 3. I want now to ask whether there is anything to be added from an introspective point of view. Let us again remind ourselves that there is an element of artificiality in isolating elements within the one process leading from stimulus to reaction. Whenever a stimulus produces a reaction, we may consider the reaction as the effect of the stimulus, or as the cause of further effects. The former is the natural way of viewing the reaction when we are concerned with knowledge. The latter is the natural way when we are concerned with desire and will. In desire, we wish to change something in ourselves or in our environment, or both. The question is, what can we discover introspectively about desire? I think that here, as in the case of knowledge, the purely behavioristic account is more important causally than the introspective account, and applies over a much wider range. Desire as a characteristic of behavior, as considered in Chapter 3, begins very low in the scale of evolution, and remains, even in human beings, the whole of what can be discovered in a large number of instances. The Freudian unconscious desires give a formula which is useful as explaining causally a number of acts, but these desires do not exist as anything except ways of behaving. Some desires, on the other hand, are conscious and explicit. What exactly is added in these last that is not present in the others? Let us take some stock instance, say Demosthenes desiring to become a great orator. This was a desire of which he was conscious, and in accordance with which he deliberately molded his actions. One may suppose, to begin with, a merely behavioristic tendency to do such things as seemed likely to impress his companions. This is a practically universal characteristic of human nature, which is displayed naively by children. Then come attempts, just like those of rats in mazes, to reach the goal. Wrong turnings leading to derision, right turnings leading to a brief nibble at the cheese of admiration. Self-observation, still of a behaviorist kind, may lead to the formula, I want to be admired. At this point, the desire has become conscious. When this point has been reached, knowledge can be brought to bear on the problem of achieving the desired end. By association, the means come to be desired also. And so Demosthenes arrives at the decision to subject himself to a difficult training as an orator, since this seems the best way of achieving his end. The whole development is closely analogous to that of explicit knowledge out of mere sensitivity. It is, indeed, part of the very same evolution. We cannot, in our integral reaction to a situation, separate out one event as knowledge and another as desire. Both knowledge and desire are features which characterize the reaction, but do not exist in isolation. In explicit conscious desire there is always an object, just as there is in explicit conscious perception. We desire some event or some state of affairs. But in the primitive condition out of which explicit desire is evolved, this is not the case. We have a state of affairs which may be said to involve discomfort and activities of various sorts until a certain different state of affairs is achieved, or fatigue supervenes, or some other interest causes a distraction. These activities will be such as to achieve the new state of affairs quickly, if there has been previous experience of a relevant kind. When we reach the level of explicit conscious desire, it seems as if we were being attracted to a goal, but we are really still being pushed from behind. The attraction to the goal is a shorthand way of describing the effects of learning, together with the fact that our efforts will continue till the goal is achieved, providing the time required is not too long. There are feelings of various kinds connected with desire, and in the case of familiar desires, such as hunger, these feelings become associated with what we know will cause the desire to cease. But I see no more reason in the case of desire than in the case of knowledge to admit an essentially relational occurrence such as many suppose desire to be. Only experience, memory, and association, so I should say, confer objects upon desire, which are initially blind tendencies to certain kinds of activity. It remains to say a few words about will. There is a sense in which will is an observable phenomena, and another in which it is a metaphysical superstition. It is obvious that I can say, I will hold my breath for 30 seconds, and proceed to do so. That I can say, I will go to America, and proceed to do so, and so on. In this sense, will is an observable phenomenon, but as a faculty, as a separate occurrence, it is, I think, a delusion. To make this clear, it will be necessary to examine the observable phenomenon. Very young infants do not appear to have anything that could be called will. Their movements at first are reflexes, and are explicable, where they first cease to be reflexes, by the law of conditioned reflexes. One observes, however, something that looks very like will when the child learns control over fingers and toes. It seems clear, in watching this process, that after some experience of involuntary movements, the child discovers how to think of a movement first and then make the movement, and that this discovery is exceedingly pleasurable. We know that in adult life, a deliberate movement is one which we think of before we make it. Obviously, we cannot think of a movement unless we have previously made it. It follows that no movement can be voluntary unless it has previously been involuntary. I think that, as William James suggested, a voluntary movement is merely one which is preceded by the thought of it, and has the thought of it as an essential part of its cause. When I say this, I do not mean to take any particular view as to what constitutes thinking. It may consist almost entirely of talking, as Dr. Watson holds, or it may be something more. That is not the point at present. The point is that whatever philosophy one may adopt, there certainly is an occurrence which is described by ordinary people as thinking of getting up in the morning, or thinking of any other bodily movement. Whatever the analysis of this occurrence may be, it is an essential part of the cause of any movement which may be attributed to the will. It is true, of course, that we may think of a movement without performing it. This is analogous to imagining a state of affairs without believing in it. Each is a rather sophisticated and late development. Each will only happen when we think of several things at once, and one of them interferes with another. It may, I think, be assumed that whenever we think of a possible movement, we have a tendency to perform it, and are only restrained, if at all, by some thought or other circumstance having a contrary tendency. If this is the case, there is nothing at all mysterious about the will. Whatever may constitute thinking of a movement, it is certainly something associated with the movement itself. Therefore, by the usual law of learned reactions, we should expect that thinking of a movement would tend to cause it to occur. This, I should say, is the essence of will. Emphatic cases of volition, where we decide after a period of deliberation, are merely examples of conflicting forces. You may have both pleasant and unpleasant associations with some place that you are thinking of going to. This may cause you to hesitate until one or other association proves the stronger. There may be more than this in volition, but I cannot see any good ground for believing that there is. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ethics. Ethics is traditionally a department of philosophy, and that is my reason for discussing it. I hardly think myself that it ought to be included in the domain of philosophy, but to prove this would take as long as to discuss the subject itself, and would be less interesting. As a provisional definition, we may take ethics to consist of general principles which help to determine rules of conduct. It is not the business of ethics to say how a person should act in such and such specific circumstances. That is the province of casuistry. The word casuistry has acquired bad connotations as a result of the Protestant and Jansenist attacks on the Jesuits. but in its old and proper sense, it represents a perfectly legitimate study. Take, say, the question, in what circumstances is it right to tell a lie? Some people, unthinkingly, would say, never. But this answer cannot be seriously defended. Everybody admits that you should lie if you meet a homicidal maniac pursuing a man with a view to murdering him, and he asks you whether the man has passed your way. It is admitted that lying is a legitimate branch of the art of warfare. Also that priests may lie to guard the secrets of the confessional, and doctors to protect the professional confidences of their patients. All such questions belong to casuistry in the old sense, and it is evident that they are questions deserving to be asked and answered, but they do not belong to ethics in the sense in which this study has been included in philosophy. It is not the business of ethics to arrive at actual rules of conduct, such as thou shalt not steal. This is the province of morals. Ethics is expected to provide a basis from which such rules can be deduced. The rules of morals differ according to the age, the race, and the creed of the community concerned, to an extent that is hardly realized by those who have neither traveled nor studied anthropology. Even within a homogeneous community, differences of opinion arise. Should a man kill his wife's lover? The church says no, the law says no, and common sense says no. Yet many people would say yes, and juries often refuse to condemn. These doubtful cases arise when a moral rule is in the process of changing. But ethics is concerned with something more general than moral rules, and less subject to change. It is true that in a given community, an ethic which does not lead to the moral rules accepted by that community is considered immoral. It does not, of course, follow that such an ethic is in fact false, since the moral rules of that community may be undesirable. Some tribes of headhunters hold that no man should marry until he can bring to the wedding the head of an enemy slain by himself. Those who question this moral rule are held to be encouraging license and lowering the standard of manliness. Nevertheless, we should not demand of an ethic that it should justify the moral rules of headhunters. Perhaps the best way to approach the subject of ethics is to ask what is meant when a person says, "You ought to do so-and-so," or "I ought to do so-and-so." Primarily, a sentence of this sort has an emotional content. It means, this is the act towards which I feel the emotion of approval. But we do not wish to leave the matter there. We want to find something more objective and systematic and constant than a personal emotion. The ethical teacher says, "You ought to approve acts of such and such kinds." He generally gives reasons for this view, and we have to examine what sorts of reasons are possible. We are here on very ancient ground. Socrates was concerned mainly with ethics. Plato and Aristotle both discussed the subject at length. Before their time, Confucius and Buddha had each founded a religion consisting almost entirely of ethical teaching, though in the case of Buddhism there was afterwards a growth of theological doctrine. The views of the ancients on ethics are better worth studying than their views on, say, physical science. The subject has not yet proved amenable to exact reasoning, and we cannot boast that the moderns have, as yet, rendered their predecessors obsolete. Historically, virtue consisted, at first, of obedience to authority, whether that of the gods, the government, or custom. Those who disobeyed authority suffered obvious penalties. This is still the view of Hegel, to whom virtue consists in obedience to the state. There are, however, different forms of this theory, and the objections to them are different. In its more primitive form, the theory is unaware that different authorities take different views as to what constitutes virtue, and it therefore universalizes the practice of the community in which the theorizer lives. When other ages and nations are found to have different customs, these are condemned as abominations. Let us consider this view first. The view we are now to examine is the theory that there are certain rules of conduct. For example, the Decalogue, which determine virtue in all situations. The person who keeps all the rules is perfectly virtuous. The person who fails in this is wicked in proportion to the frequency of his failures. There are several objections to this as the basis of ethics. In the first place, the rules can hardly cover the whole field of human conduct. For example, there is nothing in the Decalogue to show whether we ought to have a gold standard or not. Accordingly, those who hold this view regard some questions as moral issues, while others do not have this character. That means, in practice, that in regard to moral issues, we ought to act in a certain way, regardless of consequences, while in other matters we ought to consider which course will do the most good. Thus, in effect, we are driven to adopt two different ethical systems, one where the code has spoken, the other where it is silent. This is unsatisfactory to a philosopher. The second objection to such a view is suggested by the first. We all feel that certain results are desirable and others undesirable, but a code of conduct which takes no account of circumstances will have sometimes the sort of consequences we think desirable, and sometimes the sort we think undesirable. Take, for example, the precept, "Thou shalt not kill." All respectable people hold that this does not apply when the state orders a person to kill. On this ground, among others, the New York School Board recently refused to sanction the teaching of the Decalogue in schools. A third objection is that it may be asked how the moral rules are known. The usual answer, historically, is that they are known by revelation and tradition, but these are extra-philosophical sources of knowledge. The philosopher cannot but observe that there have been many revelations, and that it is not clear why he should adopt one rather than another. To this it may be replied that conscience is a personal revelation to each individual, and invariably tells him what is right and what is wrong. The difficulty of this view is that conscience changes from age to age. Most people nowadays consider it wrong to burn a man alive for disagreeing with them in metaphysics, but formerly this was held to be a highly meritorious act, provided it was done in the interests of the right metaphysics. No one who has studied the history of moral ideas can regard conscience as invariably right. Thus we are driven to abandon the attempt to define virtue by means of a set of rules of conduct. There is, however, another form of the view that virtue consists in obedience to authority. This may be called the administrator's ethic. A Roman or Anglo-Indian proconsul would define virtue as obedience to the moral code of the community to which a man happens to belong. No matter how moral codes may differ, a man should always obey that of his own time and place and creed. A Mohammedan, for instance, would not be regarded as wicked for practicing polygamy, but an Englishman would, even if he lived in a Mohammedan country. This view makes social conformity the essence of virtue, or, as with Hegel, regards virtue as obedience to the government. The difficulty of such theories is that they make it impossible to apply ethical predicates to authority. We cannot find any meaning for the statement that a custom is good or that the government is bad. The view is appropriate to despots and their willing slaves. It cannot survive in a progressive democracy. We come a little nearer to a correct view when we define right conduct by the motive or state of mind of the agent. According to this theory, acts inspired by certain emotions are good, and those inspired by certain other emotions are bad. Mystics hold this view, and have accordingly a certain contempt for the letter of the law. Broadly speaking, it would be held that acts inspired by love are good, and those inspired by hate are bad. In practice, I hold this view to be right, but philosophically I regard it as deducible from something more fundamental. All the theories we have hitherto considered are opposed to those which judge the rightness or wrongness of conduct by its consequences. Of these, the most famous is the utilitarian philosophy, which maintain that happiness is the good, and that we ought to act so as to maximize the balance of happiness over unhappiness in the world. I would not myself regard happiness as an adequate definition of the good, but I should agree that conduct ought to be judged by its consequences. I do not mean, of course, that in every practical exigency of daily life we should attempt to think out the results of this or that line of conduct, because if we did, the opportunity for action would often be past before our calculations were finished. But I do mean that the received moral code, insofar as it is taught in education and embodied in public opinion or the criminal law, should be carefully examined in each generation to see whether it still serves to achieve desirable ends, and, if not, in what respects it needs to be amended. The moral code, in short, like the legal code, should adapt itself to changing circumstances, keeping the public good always as its motive. If so, we have to consider in what the public good consists. According to this view, right conduct is not an autonomous concept, but means conduct calculated to produce desirable results. It will be right, let us say, to act so as to make people happy and intelligent, but wrong to act so as to make them unhappy and stupid. We have to ask ourselves how we can discover what constitutes the ends of right conduct. There is a view, advocated, for example, by Dr. G.E. Moore, that good is an indefinable notion, and that we know a priori certain general propositions about the kinds of things that are good on their own account. Such things as happiness, knowledge, appreciation of beauty are known to be good, according to Dr. Moore. It is also known that we ought to act so as to create what is good and prevent what is bad. I formerly held this view myself, but I was led to abandon it, partly by Mr. Santayana's Winds of Doctrine. I now think that good and bad are derivative from desire. I do not mean quite simply that the good is the desired, because men's desires conflict, and good is, to my mind, mainly a social concept, designed to find an issue from this conflict. The conflict, however, is not only between the desires of different men, but between incompatible desires of one man at different times, or even at the same time, and even if he is solitary, like Robinson Crusoe. Let us see how the concept of good emerges from reflection or conflicts of desires. We will begin with Robinson Crusoe. In him there will be conflicts, for example, between fatigue and hunger, particularly between fatigue at one time and foreseen hunger at another. The effort which he will require in order to work when he is tired, with a view to providing food on another occasion, has all the characteristics of what is called a moral effort. We think better of a man who makes the effort than of one who does not, and the making of it requires self-control. For some reason, this sort of thing is called not morals, but morale. The distinction, however, seems to me illusory. Robinson Crusoe is bound to realize that he has many desires, each of which is stronger at one time than at another, and that, if he always acts upon the one that is strongest at the moment, he may defeat others that are stronger in the long run. So far, only intelligence is involved, but one may assume that with the progress of intelligence, there goes a growing desire for a harmonious life, i.e., a life in which action is dominated by consistent, quasi-permanent desires. Again, some desires, in addition to the desire for a harmonious life, are more likely to lead to harmony than certain other desires. Intellectual curiosity, for example, affords a mildly diffused satisfaction, whereas drugs provide ecstasy, followed by despair. If we arrive unexpectedly in Robinson Crusoe's island and find him studying botany, we shall think better of him than if we find him dead drunk on his last bottle of whiskey. All this belongs to morals, although it is purely self-regarding. When we come to considering men in society, moral questions become both more important and more difficult, because conflicts between the desires of different persons are harder to resolve than internal conflicts among the desires of one person. There are some distinctions to be made. First, there is the difference between the point of view of the neutral authority contemplating a squabble in which it is not interested, and the point of view of the disputants themselves. Then there is the distinction between what we wish people to do and what we wish them to feel in the way of emotions and desires. The view of authority everywhere is that squabbles to which it is not a party are undesirable, but that in the squabbles to which it is a party, virtue consists in promoting the victory of authority. In the latter respect, it is acting not as an authority, but merely as a combination of quarrelsome individuals who think it more profitable to quarrel with outsiders than with each other. We will therefore ignore this aspect of authority, and consider its action only when it is a neutral. In this case, it aims at preventing quarrels by punishing those who begin them, or sometimes by punishing both parties. Monsieur Huck, the Jesuit missionary who wrote a fascinating account of his travels in China, Tartary, and Tibet about 80 years ago, relates an amusing conversation he had with a mandarin. Monsieur Huck had remarked that Chinese justice was dilatory, expensive, and corrupt. The mandarin explained that it had been made so in obedience to an imperial edict, setting forth that the subjects of the Son of Heaven had become too much addicted to litigation, and must be led to abandon this practice. The rescript then proceeded to suggest to magistrates and judges the desirability of the above defects as a means of diminishing the number of lawsuits. It appeared that the emperor's commands had been faithfully obeyed in this respect, more so than in some others. Another method adopted by public authorities to prevent the impulse towards internal quarrels is the creation of esprit de corps, public spirit, patriotism, etc., i.e., a concentration of quarrelsome impulses or persons outside the group over which it rules. Such a method obviously is partial and external. It would not be open to a worldwide democratic authority, should this ever come into existence. Such an authority would have to adopt better methods of producing harmony. It would also have a higher claim to the obedience of citizens than some authorities have at present. What can we say from the point of view of the disputants themselves? It is, of course, obvious that there will be a greater total satisfaction when two people's desires harmonize than when they conflict. But that is not an argument which can be used to people who, in fact, hate each other. One can argue that the one who is going to be beaten would do well to give way, but each will think that he himself is going to be victorious. One can argue that there is more happiness to be derived from love than from hate, but people cannot love to order, and there is no satisfaction to be derived from an insincere love. Nor is it always true in an individual case that love brings more happiness than hate. During and immediately after the war, those who hated the Germans were happier than those who still regarded them as human beings, because they could feel that what was being done served a good purpose. I think, therefore, that certain departments of morals, and those the most important, cannot be inculcated from a personal point of view, but only from the point of view of a neutral authority. That is why I said that ethics is mainly social. The attitude of a neutral authority would, it seems to me, be this. Men desire all sorts of things, and in themselves all desires, taken singly, are on a level, i.e., there is no reason to prefer the satisfaction of one to the satisfaction of another. But when we consider not a single desire, but a group of desires, there is this difference, that sometimes all the desires in a group can be satisfied, whereas in other cases the satisfaction of some of the desires in the group is incompatible with that of the others. If A and B desire to marry each other, both can have what they want. But if they desire to kill each other, at most one can succeed, unless they are Kilkenny cats. Therefore the former pair of desires is sociably preferable to the latter. Now, our desires are a product of three factors: native disposition, education, and present circumstances. The first factor is difficult to deal with at present, for lack of knowledge. The third is brought into operation by means of the criminal law, economic motives, and social praise and blame, which make it on the whole to the interest of an individual in a community to promote the interests of the dominant group in that community. But this is done in an external way, not by creating good desires, but by producing a conflict of greed and fear, in which it is hoped that fear will win. The really vital method is education, in the large sense, in which it includes care of the body and habit formation in the first few years. By means of education, men's desires can be changed, so that they act spontaneously in a social fashion. To force a man to curb his desires, as we do by the criminal law, is not nearly so satisfactory as to cause him genuinely to feel the desires which promote socially harmonious conduct. And this brings me to the last point with which we are concerned, namely, the distinction between feeling and doing. No doubt, from a social point of view, the important thing is what a man does. But it is impossible to cause a man to do the right things consistently unless he has the right desires. And the right desires cannot be produced merely by praising them or by desiring to have them. The technique of moral education is not one of exhortation or explicit moral instruction. We can now state the ethic at which we have arrived in abstract terms. Primarily, we call something good when we desire it, and bad when we have an aversion from it. But our use of words is more constant than our desires, and therefore we shall continue to call a thing good even at moments when we are not actually desiring it, just as we always call grass green even though sometimes it looks yellow. And the laudatory associations of the word good may generate a desire which would not otherwise exist. We may want to eat caviar merely because we are told that it is good. Moreover, the use of words is social, and therefore we learn only to call a thing good, except in rare circumstances, if most of the people we associate with it are also willing to call it good. Thus, good comes to apply to things desired by the whole of a social group. It is evident, therefore, that there can be more good in a world where the desires of different individuals harmonize than in one where they conflict. The supreme moral rule should, therefore, be act so as to produce harmonious rather than discordant desires. This rule will apply wherever a man's influence extends, within himself, in his family, his city, his country, even the world as a whole, if he is able to influence it. There will be two main methods to this end. First, to produce social institutions under which the interests of different individuals or groups conflict as little as possible. Second, to educate individuals in such a way that their desires can be harmonized with each other and with the desires of their neighbors. As to the first method, I shall say nothing further, since the questions that arise belong to politics and economics. As to the second, the important period is the formative period of childhood, during which there should be health, happiness, freedom, and a gradual growth of self-discipline through opportunities for difficult achievement of a sort which is useful and yet satisfies the impulse towards mastery of the environment. The desire for power, which is present in most people and strongest in the most vigorous, should be directed towards power over things rather than over people. It is clear that if harmonious desires are what we should seek, love is better than hate, since when two people love each other, both can be satisfied, whereas when they hate each other, one at most can achieve the object of his desire. It is obvious also that desire for knowledge is to be encouraged, since the knowledge that a man acquires is not obtained by taking it away from someone else, but a desire for, say, large landed estates could only be satisfied in a small minority. Desire for power over other people is a potent source of conflict, and is therefore to be discouraged. A respect for the liberty of others is one of the things that ought to be developed by the right kind of education. The impulse towards personal achievement ought to go into such things as artistic creation or scientific discovery or the promotion of useful institutions. In a word, into activities that are creative rather than possessive. Knowledge, which may do positive harm where men's desires conflict, for example, by showing how to make war more deadly, will have only good results in a world where men's desires harmonize, since it tends to show how their common desires are to be realized. This conclusion may be summed up in a single phrase. The good life is one inspired by love and guided by knowledge. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4, The Universe. Chapter 23, Some Great Philosophies of the Past. Our discussions, hitherto, have been concerned very largely with man, but man on his own account is not the true subject matter of philosophy. What concerns philosophy is the universe as a whole. Man demands consideration solely as the instrument by means of which we acquire knowledge of the universe. And that is why it is human beings as capable of knowledge that have concerned us mainly in past chapters, rather than as centers of will or of emotion. We are not in the mood proper to philosophy so long as we are interested in the world only as it affects human beings. The philosophic spirit demands an interest in the world for its own sake. But since we apprehend the world through our own senses, and think about it with our own intellect, the picture that we acquire is inevitably colored by the personal medium through which it comes to us. Consequently, we have to study this medium, namely ourselves, in order to find out, if we can, what elements in our picture of the world are contributed by us, and what elements we may accept as representative of outside fact. Previous chapters have studied cognition, both as an outwardly observable reaction and as it appears to introspection. In the chapters that remain, we shall be concerned with what we can know about the universe, in view of the nature of the instrument that we have to employ. I do not think we can know as much as many philosophers of the past have supposed, but I think it is worthwhile to have in our minds an outline of their systems. I shall therefore begin by setting forth a few typical philosophical constructions of earlier centuries. Modern philosophy is generally taken as beginning with Descartes, who flourished in the first half of the 17th century. We have already had occasion, in chapter 16, to consider his argument, I think, therefore I am, but now we will deal with him somewhat more generally. He inaugurated two movements, one in metaphysics, one in theory of knowledge. In metaphysics, he emphasized the gulf between mind and matter, or between soul and body. In theory of knowledge, he advocated a critical scrutiny of premises. These two movements had different histories, each of them interesting. The science of dynamics was rapidly developing in Descartes' time, and seemed to show that the motions of matter could be calculated mathematically, given sufficient data. As the motions of matter include our bodily acts, even speaking and writing, it seemed as if the consequence must be a materialistic theory of human behavior. This consequence, however, was distasteful to most philosophers, and they therefore invented various ways of escaping from it. Descartes himself thought that the will could have certain direct physical effects. He thought that the brain contains a fluid called the animal spirits, and that the will could influence the direction of its motion, though not the velocity. In this way he was still able to hold that the will is effective in the manner in which common sense supposes it to be. But this view did not fit in at all well with the rest of his philosophy. He held that, apart from the supreme substance, namely God, there are two created substances, mind and matter, that the essence of mind is thought, and that the essence of matter is extension. He made these two substances so different that interaction between them became difficult to understand, and his followers decided that there is never any effect either of mind on matter or of matter on mind. The motives for this development were various. Perhaps the most important was the development of physics immediately after Descartes' time. A law was discovered called the conservation of momentum. This states that if a system of bodies is in any sort of motion and is free from outside influences, the amount of motion in any direction is constant. This showed that the kind of action of the will on the animal spirits which Descartes had assumed was contrary to the principles of dynamics. It seemed to follow that mind cannot influence matter, and it was inferred that matter cannot influence mind, since the two were regarded as co-equal substances. It was held that each goes its own way, according to its own laws. The fact that our arm moves when we will it to move was regarded as analogous to the fact that two perfectly accurate clocks strike at the same moment, though neither has any effect upon the other. The series of mental events and the series of physical events were parallel, each going at the same rate as the other. Therefore they continued to synchronize, in spite of their independence of each other. Spinoza sought to make this parallelism less mysterious by denying that there are two separate substances, mind and matter. He maintained that there is only one substance, of which thought and extension are attributes. But there seemed still no good reason why the events belonging to the two attributes should develop along parallel lines. Spinoza is in many ways one of the greatest philosophers, but his greatness is rather ethical than metaphysical. Accordingly, he was regarded by contemporaries as a profound metaphysician, but a very wicked man. The notion of the impossibility of interaction between mind and body has persisted down to our own day. One still hears of psychophysical parallelism, according to which to every state of the brain a state of mind corresponds, and vice versa, without either acting on the other. This whole point of view, though not exactly that of Descartes, derives from him. It has a number of sources, religious, metaphysical, and scientific, but there seems no ground whatever for regarding it as true. Take first the rigid determinism of traditional physics, which was to have been avoided. Spinoza rightly perceived that this could not be avoided by such methods, and therefore accepted determinism in the psychical, as in the physical, realm. If everything we say is determined by physical causes, our thoughts are only free when we tell lies. So long as we say what we think, our thoughts also can be inferred from physics. The philosophy which I advocate escapes this consequence in several ways. In the first place, causality does not involve compulsion, but only a law of sequence. If physical and mental events run parallel, either may, with equal justice, be regarded as causing the other, and there is no sense in speaking of them as causally independent. Thus, the Cartesian dualism does not have the pleasant consequences which were intended. In the second place, modern physics has become less deterministic than the physics of the past few centuries. We do not know, for example, what makes a radioactive atom explode, or an electron jump from a larger to a smaller orbit. In these matters, we only know statistical averages. Take next the view that mind and matter are quite disparate. This we have criticized already. It rests upon a notion that we know much more about matter than we do, and in particular upon the belief that the space of physics can be identified with the space of sensible experience. This belief is absent in Leibniz, who, however, never quite realized what his own view was. It is not absent in Kant, who realized that the space of sensible experience is subjective, and inferred that the space of physics is subjective. Since Kant, no one seems to have thought clearly about space until Einstein and Minkowski. The separation of physical and sensible space, logically carried out, shows the groundlessness of traditional views about mind and matter. This part of Descartes' philosophy, therefore, though it accelerated the progress of physics, must be regarded as metaphysically an aberration. The other part of Descartes' philosophy, namely the emphasis upon methodical doubt, and consequently upon theory of knowledge, has been more fruitful. The beginning of a philosophic attitude is the realization that we do not know as much as we think we do, and to this Descartes contributed notably. We have seen that he set to work to doubt all he could, but found that he could not doubt his own existence, which he therefore took as the starting point of his constructive system. He supposed that the most certain fact in the world is "I think." This was unfortunate, since it gave a subjective bias to modern philosophy. As a matter of fact, "I" seems to be only a string of events, each of which separately is more certain than the whole. And "think" is a word which Descartes accepted as indefinable, but which really covers complicated relations between events. When is an event a thought? Is there some intrinsic characteristic which makes it a thought? Descartes would say yes, and so would most philosophers. I should say no. Take, for example, a visual and an auditory sensation. Both are thoughts in Descartes' sense, but what have they in common? Two visual sensations have an indefinable common quality, viz., that which makes them visual. Two auditory sensations likewise. But a visual and an auditory sensation have in common, if I am not mistaken, no intrinsic property, but a certain capacity for being known without inference. This amounts to saying that they are mnemic causes of a certain kind of event called a cognition, and that they have, moreover, a certain formal similarity to the cognition which they cause. Therefore, instead of taking the general "I think" as our basis, we ought to take the particular occurrences which are known without inference, among which sensations, or rather perceptions, will be included. These occurrences, as we have already seen, may be regarded with equal justice as physical and mental. They are parts of chains of physical causation, and they have mnemic effects which are cognitions. The former fact makes us call them physical, the latter mental, both quite truly. It is the particular events which are certain, not the "I think" which Descartes made the basis of his philosophy. It is not correct to regard the ultimate certainties as subjective, except in the sense that they are events in that part of space-time in which our body is, and our mind also, I should say. A new turn was given to the Cartesian type of metaphysics by Leibniz, 1646 to 1716, who, like Descartes, was supremely eminent both in mathematics and in philosophy. Leibniz rejected the view that there is only one substance, as Spinoza held, or only two other than God, as the orthodox followers of Descartes maintained. He also rejected the dualism of mind and matter, holding that there are innumerable substances, all in a greater or less degree mental, and none in any degree material. He maintained that every substance is immortal, and that there is no interaction between one substance and another, this last being a view derived from the Cartesian independence of mind and matter. He also extended to his many substances the belief in parallelism which had existed for the two substances of the Cartesians. He called his substances monads, and maintained that every monad mirrors the universe, and develops along lines which correspond, point by point, with those along which every other monad is developing. A man's soul or mind is a single monad, while his body is a collection of monads, each mental in some degree, but less so than the monad which is his soul. Inferior monads mirror the world in a more confused way than higher ones do, but there is some element of confusion in the perception of even the most superior monads. Each monad mirrors the world from its own point of view, and the difference between points of view is compared to a difference of perspective. Matter is a confused way of perceiving a number of monads. If we perceived clearly, we should see that there is no such thing as matter. Leibniz's system had great merits and great demerits. The theory that matter is a confused way of perceiving something non-material was an advance upon anything to be found in his predecessors. He had, though only semi-consciously, the distinction between physical and perceptual space. There is a space in each monad's picture of the world, and there is also the assemblage or pattern of points of view. The latter corresponds to what I have called physical space, the former to perceptual space. Leibniz maintained, as against Newton, that space and time consist only of relations, a view which has achieved a definitive triumph in Einstein's theory of relativity. The weak point of his system was what he called the pre-established harmony, in virtue of which all the monads, so to speak, kept step, in spite of the fact that they were windowless and never acted upon each other. Perception, for Leibniz, was not an effect of the object perceived, but a modification arising in the perceiving monad, and running parallel with what was happening in the perceived object. This view would never have seemed plausible but for the anterior Cartesian theory of the mutual independence of mind and matter. And if Leibniz himself developed, as he believed, in complete independence of all other created things, it is not clear what good reasons he could have had for believing in the existence of anything except himself, since by his own theory his experiences would remain unchanged if everything else were annihilated. In fact, he was only able to refute this possibility by bringing in theological considerations, which, whether valid or not, are out of place in philosophy. For this reason, his doctrines, ingenious as they were, found little acceptance in France and England, though in Germany they prevailed in a modified form until the time of Kant. The systems of Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz have one very important characteristic in common, namely, that they all depend upon the category of substance. This is a concept which is developed out of the common-sense notion of thing. A substance is that which has qualities, and is in general supposed to be indestructible, though it is difficult to see why. It acquired its hold over metaphysicians partly because both matter and the soul were held to be immortal, and partly through a hasty transference to reality of ideas derived from grammar. We say, Peter is running, Peter is talking, Peter is eating, and so on. We think that there is one entity, Peter, who does all these things, and that none of them could be done unless there were someone to do them, but that Peter might quite well do none of them. Similarly, we assign qualities to Peter. We say he is wise and tall and blond and so on. All these qualities, we feel, cannot subsist by themselves in the void, but only when there is a subject to which they belong. But Peter would remain Peter even if he became foolish and short and dyed his hair. Thus Peter, who is regarded as a substance, is self-subsistent as compared with his qualities and states, and he preserves his substantial identity throughout all sorts of changes. Similarly, in the material world, an atom is supposed, or rather was supposed until recently, to preserve its identity throughout all time, however it might move and whatever combinations it might form with other atoms. The concept of motion, upon which all physics seemed to depend, was only strictly applicable to a substance which preserves its identity while changing its spatial relations to other substances. Thus substance acquired an even firmer hold upon physics than upon metaphysics. Nevertheless, the notion of substance, at any rate in any sense involving permanence, must be shut out from our thoughts if we are to achieve a philosophy in any way adequate either to modern physics or to modern psychology. Modern physics, both in the theory of relativity and in the Heisenberg-Schrödinger theories of atomic structure, has reduced matter to a system of events, each of which lasts only for a very short time. To treat an electron or a proton as a single entity has become as wrong-headed as it would be to treat the population of London or New York as a single entity. And in psychology, equally, the ego has disappeared as an ultimate conception, and the unity of a personality has become a peculiar causal nexus among a series of events. In this respect, grammar and ordinary language have been shown to be bad guides to metaphysics. A great book might be written showing the influence of syntax on philosophy. In such a book, the author could trace in detail the influence of the subject-predicate structure of sentences upon European thought, more particularly in this matter of substance. And it must be understood that the same reasons which lead to the rejection of substance lead also to the rejection of things and persons as ultimately valid concepts. I say, I sit at my table, but I ought to say, one of a certain string of events causally connected in the sort of way that makes the whole series that is called a person has a certain spatial relation to one of another string of events causally connected with each other in a different way and having a spatial configuration of the sort denoted by the word table. I do not say so, because life is too short, but that is what I should say if I were a true philosopher. Apart from any other grounds, the inadequacy of the notion of substance would lead us to regard the philosophy of Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz as incompatible with modern science. There is, of course, in all three, a great deal that does not depend upon substance, and that still has value, but substance supplied the framework, and a good deal of the argumentation, and therefore introduces a fatal defect into these three great systems. I now come to the triad of British philosophers, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume, English, Irish, and Scotch, respectively. Perhaps from patriotic bias or from community of national temperament, I find more that I can accept and regard as still important in the writings of these three men than in the philosophy of their continental predecessors. Their constructions are less ambitious, their arguments more detailed, and their methods more empirical. In all these respects, they show more kinship with the modern scientific outlook. On the other hand, Locke and Hume, if not Berkeley, approach philosophy too exclusively from the side of psychology, and are concerned to study man rather than the universe. Locke was a contemporary and friend of Newton. His great book, An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, was published at almost the same time as Newton's Principia. His influence has been enormous, greater in fact than his abilities would seem to warrant, and this influence was not only philosophical, but quite as much political and social. He was one of the creators of 18th century liberalism, democracy, religious toleration, freedom of economic enterprise, educational progress, all owe much to him. The English Revolution of 1688 embodied his ideas. The American Revolution of 1776 and the French Revolution of 1789 expressed what had grown in a century out of his teaching. And in all these movements, philosophy and politics went hand in hand. Thus, the practical success of Locke's ideas has been extraordinary. When, knowing all this, one comes to read Locke himself, it is difficult to resist a feeling of disappointment. He is sensible, enlightened, minute, but uninspired, and, to moderns, uninspiring. One has to remember that his contemporaries found common sense exhilarating after a century of wars of religion and a long struggle with obscurantism. Locke combated the doctrine of innate ideas, according to which we learned only certain things by experience, but possessed our abstract knowledge in virtue of our congenital constitution. He regarded the mind at birth as a wax tablet, upon which experience proceeded to write. Undoubtedly he was, in this matter, more in the right than his opponents, although the terms in which the controversy was waged are not such as a modern could employ. We should say that the innate apparatus of man consists of reflexes rather than ideas. Also that our sense organs, our glands, and our muscles lead to responses of certain kinds, in which our own organization plays a part of the same importance as that played by the external stimulus. The element in our knowledge responses that corresponds to our own bodily organization might perhaps be regarded as representing what Locke's opponents meant by innate. But it does not represent this at all accurately, so far as our feelings towards it are concerned. The innate ideas were the ideas to be proud of. They embraced pure mathematics, natural theology, and ethics. But nobody is proud of sneezing or coughing. And when Locke tried to show, in detail, how our knowledge is generated by experience, he was liberating philosophy from a great deal of useless lumber, even if his own doctrines were not altogether such as we can now accept. Locke used his own principles only in ways consistent with common sense. Berkeley and Hume both pushed them to paradoxical conclusions. The philosophy of Berkeley, to my mind, has not received quite the attention and respect that it deserves. Not that I agree with it, but that I think it ingenious and harder to refute than is often supposed. Berkeley, as everyone knows, denied the reality of matter, and maintained that everything is mental. In the former respect I agree with him, though not for his reasons. In the latter respect, I think his argument unsound and his conclusion improbable, though not certainly false. However, I will leave the development of my own views to a later chapter, and confine myself to Berkeley's argument. Berkeley contended that when, for example, you see a tree, all that you really know to be happening is in you and is mental. The color that you see, as Locke had already argued, does not belong to the physical world, but is an effect upon you, produced, according to Locke, by a physical stimulus. Locke held that the purely spatial properties of perceived objects really belong to the objects, whereas such things as color, softness, sound, etc. are effects in us. Berkeley went further, and argued that the spatial properties of perceived objects are no exception. Thus, the object perceived is composed entirely of mental constituents, and there is no reason to believe in the existence of anything not mental. He did not wish to admit that a tree ceases to exist when we do not look at it, so he maintained that it acquires permanence through being an idea in the mind of God. It is still only an idea, but not one whose existence depends upon the accidents of our perceptions. The real objection to Berkeley's view is rather physical than metaphysical. Light and sound take time to travel from their sources to the percipient, and one must suppose that something is happening along the route by which they travel. What is happening along the route is presumably not mental, for, as we have seen, mental events are those that have particular mnemic effects which are connected with living tissue. Therefore, although Berkeley is right in saying that the events we know immediately are mental, it is highly probable that he is wrong as to the events which we infer in places where there are no living bodies. In saying this, however, we are anticipating the results of a fuller discussion in a later chapter. Hume, proceeding from a starting point essentially similar to that of Locke and Berkeley, arrived at conclusions so skeptical that all subsequent philosophers have shied away from them. He denied the existence of the self, questioned the validity of induction, and doubted whether causal laws could be applied to anything except our own mental processes. He is one of the very few philosophers not concerned to establish any positive conclusions. To a great extent, I think, we must admit the validity of his reasons for refusing to feel the usual certainties. As regards the self, he was almost certainly right. As we have already argued, a person is not a single entity, but a series of events linked together by peculiar causal laws. As regards induction, the question is very difficult, and I shall devote a subsequent chapter to it. As regards causal laws, the question, as we shall find later, is the same as the question of induction. On both points, Hume's doubts are not to be lightly dismissed. The usual modern criticism of Locke, Berkeley, and Hume is that they were unduly atomistic. They thought of the mind as a collection of ideas, each as hard and separate as a billiard ball. They had not the conception of continuous change or of integral processes. Their causal units were too small. As we have already seen in connection with Gestalt psychology and with sentences, the causal unit is often a configuration which cannot be broken up without losing its distinctive causal properties. In this sense, it is true that the traditional British philosophy was too atomistic. But in another sense, I do not think it is true, and I think much modern philosophy is confused on this point. Although a configuration may lose its causal properties when broken up into its elements, it nevertheless does consist of these elements related in certain ways. Analysis into atoms is perfectly valid, so long as it is not assumed that the causal efficacy of the whole is compounded out of the separate effects of the separate atoms. It is because I hold this view that I call the philosophy which I advocate logical atomism. And to this extent I regard Locke, Berkeley, and Hume as in the right as against their modern critics. But this also is a topic which will be resumed in a later chapter. Hume's criticism of the notion of cause was what led Kant to his new departure. Kant's philosophy is difficult and obscure, and philosophers still dispute as to what he meant. Those who disagree with him are held by his supporters to have misunderstood him. I must therefore warn the reader that what follows is my view of what he meant, and that there is no agreed view. Kant maintained that in virtue of our mental constitution, we deal with the raw material of sense impressions by means of certain categories, and by arranging it in space and time. Both the categories and the space-time arrangement are supplied by us, and do not belong to the world except as known by us. But since our mental constitution is a constant datum, all phenomena, as known, will be spatio-temporal, and will conform to the categories. Among the latter, cause is the most important. Thus, although there may be no cause in the world as it is in itself, a point on which Kant was inconsistent in the interest of morals, yet phenomena, i.e., things as they seem to us, will always have other phenomena as their causes. And although there is no time in the real world, things as they appear to us will be some earlier and some later. Space, again, is supplied by us, and therefore geometry can be known a priori, without our having to study the outer world. Kant thought that Euclidean geometry was quite certainly true, although it could not be proved by logic alone, since Euclid's axioms could be denied without self-contradiction. It was on this question of geometry that the weakness of Kant's system first became obvious. It was found that we have no grounds for regarding Euclidean geometry as quite true. Since Einstein, we have positive grounds for regarding it as not quite true. It appears that geometry is just as empirical as geography. We depend upon observation if we want to know whether the sum of the angles of a triangle is 2 right angles, just as much as if we want to know how much land there is in the Western Hemisphere. With regard to the categories, there are equally great difficulties. Let us take cause as our illustration. We see lightning, and then we hear thunder. As phenomena, our seeing and hearing are connected as cause and effect. But we must not, if we are to take the subjectivity of cause seriously, suppose that our seeing or our hearing has an outside cause. In that case, we have no reason to suppose that there is anything outside ourselves. Nay, more, what really happens when we see is not, according to Kant, what we perceive by introspection. What really happens is something without a date, without a position in space, without causes and without effects. Thus, we do not know ourselves any better than we know the outside world. Space and time and the categories interpose a mirage of illusion which cannot be penetrated at any point. As an answer to Hume's skepticism, this seems a somewhat unsuccessful effort. And Kant himself, later, in the Critique of Practical Reason, demolished much of his own edifice, because he thought that ethics, at least, must have some validity in the real world. This part of his philosophy, however, is usually ignored by his followers or apologetically minimized. Kant gave a new turn to an old philosophical controversy as to how far our knowledge is a priori and how far it is based on experience. Kant admitted that without experience we could know nothing, and that what we know is only valid within the realm of experience. But he held that the general framework of our knowledge is a priori, in the sense that it is not proved by means of particular facts of experience, but represents the conditions to which phenomena have to conform in order to be capable of being experienced. Before his day, the tendency had been for continental philosophers to regard almost everything as a priori, while British philosophers regarded almost everything as empirical. But both sides thought that what is a priori can be proved by logic, at least in theory, whereas Kant held that mathematics is a priori and yet synthetic, i.e., not capable of being proved by logic. In this he was misled by geometry. Euclidean geometry, considered as true, is synthetic but not a priori. Considered merely as deducing consequences from premises, it is a priori but not synthetic. The geometry of the actual world, as required by engineers, is empirical. The geometry of pure mathematics, which does not inquire into the truth of the axioms but merely shows their implications, is an exercise in pure logic. It should be said, however, that if the correct analysis of knowledge bears any resemblance at all to that which has been suggested in this book, the whole controversy between empiricists and a priorists becomes more or less unreal. All beliefs are caused by external stimuli. When they are as particular as the stimuli, they are of the sort which an empiricist might regard as proved by experience. But when they are more general, difficulties arrive. A foreigner arrives in America and sees the immigration officials, who lead him to the generalization that all Americans are rude. But a few minutes later, the porter upsets this induction, in the hope of a tip. Thus, sometimes a given belief will be caused by one event and destroyed by another. If all the events in a man's life, so far as they affect the belief in question, are such as to cause it, he counts the belief true. The more general a belief is, the more events are relevant to it, and therefore the more difficult it is for it to be such as a man will long consider true. Roughly speaking, the beliefs which count as a priori will be those which well might have been upset by subsequent events, but in fact were confirmed. Here, as elsewhere, we are driven to the view that theory of knowledge is not so fundamental as it has been considered since Kant. There is one more traditional controversy which I wish to consider, namely, between monists and pluralists. Is the universe one, or is it many? If many, how intimately are they interconnected? The monistic view is very old. It is already complete in Parmenides, 5th century BC. It is fully developed in Spinoza, Hegel, and Bradley. The pluristic view, on the other hand, is found in Heraclitus, the atomists, Leibniz, and the British empiricists. For the sake of definiteness, let us take the monistic view as found in Bradley, who is in the main a follower of Hegel. He maintains that every judgment consists in assigning a predicate to reality as a whole. The whole is the subject of every predicate. Suppose you start by saying, Tommy has a cold in the head. This may not seem to be a statement about the universe as a whole, but according to Bradley it is. If I may be allowed to set forth his argument in popular language which his followers might resent, I should put it something like this. First of all, who is Tommy? He is a person with a certain nature, distinguished from other persons by that nature. He may resemble others in many respects, but not in all, so that you cannot really explain who Tommy is unless you set forth all his characteristics. But when you try to do this, you are taken beyond Tommy. He is characterized by relations to his environment. He is affectionate or rebellious or thirsty, noisy or quiet, and so on. All of these qualities involve his relations to others. If you try to define Tommy without mentioning anything outside him, you will find this quite impossible. Therefore, he is not a self-subsistent being, but an unsubstantial fragment of the world. The same thing applies even more obviously to his nose and his cold. How do you know he has a cold? Because material substances of a certain kind pass from his nose to his handkerchief, which would not be possible if he alone existed. But now, when you take in the environment with a view to defining Tommy and his nose and his cold, you find that you cannot define his immediate environment without taking account of its environment, and so on, until at last you have been forced to include the whole world. Therefore, Tommy's cold is in reality a property of the world, since nothing short of the world is sufficiently substantial to have properties. We may put the argument in a more abstract form. Everything which is part of the world is constituted in part by its relations to other things, but relations cannot be real. Bradley's argument against relations is as follows. First, he argues that if there are relations, there must be qualities between which they hold. This part of the argument need not detain us. He then proceeds, but how the relation can stand to the qualities is, on the other side, unintelligible. If it is nothing to the qualities, then they are not related at all. And, if so, as we saw, they have ceased to be qualities, and their relation is a nonentity. But if it is to be something to them, then clearly we shall require a new connecting relation, for the relation hardly can be the mere adjective of one or both of its terms, or, at least, as such it seems indefensible. And being something itself, if it does not itself bear a relation to the terms, in what intelligible way will it succeed in being anything to them? But here again we are hurried off into the eddy of a hopeless process, since we are forced to go on finding new relations without end. The links are united by a link, and this bond of union is a link which also has two ends, and these require each a fresh link to connect them with the old. The problem is to find how the relation can stand to its qualities, and this problem is insoluble. I cannot deal adequately with this argument without abstruse technicalities which would be out of place. I will, however, point out what seems to me the essential error. Bradley conceives a relation as something just as substantial as its terms, and not radically different in kind. The analogy of the chain with links should make us suspicious, since it clearly proves, if it is valid, that chains are impossible, and yet, as a fact, they exist. There is not a word in his argument which would not apply to physical chains. The successive links are united not by another link, but by a spatial relation. I think Bradley has been misled, unconsciously, by a circumstance to which I alluded in an earlier chapter, namely the fact that the word for a relation is as substantial as the words for its terms. Suppose A and B are two events, and A precedes B. In the proposition A precedes B, the word precedes is just as substantial as the words A and B. The relation of the two events A and B is represented in language by the time or space order of the three words A, precedes, and B. But this order is an actual relation, not a word for relation. The first step in Bradley's regress does not actually have to be taken in giving verbal expression to a relation, and the word for a relation does not have to be related to the words for its terms. But this is a linguistic, not a metaphysical fact, and the regress does not have to go any further. It should be added that, as Bradley himself recognizes, his difficulties break out afresh when he comes to consider the relation of subject and predicate when a character is assigned to reality, and that he is therefore compelled to conclude that no truth is quite true. A conclusion of this sort, based upon an extremely abstract argument, makes it natural to suspect that there is some error in the argument. Pluralism is the view of science and common sense, and is therefore to be accepted if the arguments against it are not conclusive. For my part, I have no doubt whatever that it is the true view, and that monism is derived from a faulty logic inspired by mysticism. This logic dominates the philosophy of Hegel and his followers. It is also the essential basis of Bergson's system, although it is seldom mentioned in his writings. When it is rejected, ambitious metaphysical systems such as those of the past are seen to be impossible. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Truth and Falsehood. The question of truth and falsehood has been wrapped in unnecessary mystery owing to a number of causes. In the first place, people wish to think that their beliefs are more apt to be true than false, so that they seek a theory that will show that truth is normal and falsehood more or less accidental. In the second place, people are very vague as to what they mean by belief or judgment, though persuaded that they know beliefs or judgments to be the objects to which the predicates true or false apply. In the third place, there is a tendency to use truth with a big T in the grand sense, as something noble and splendid and worthy of adoration. This gets people into a frame of mind in which they become unable to think. But just as the grave diggers in Hamlet became familiar with skulls, so logicians become familiar with truth. The hand of little employment hath the daintier sense, says Hamlet. Therefore it is not from the logician that awe before truth is to be expected. There are two questions in our present subject. 1. What are the objects to which the predicates true and false apply? 2. What is the difference between such as are true and such as are false? We will begin with the first of these questions. Prima facie, true and false apply to statements, whether in speech or in writing. By extension, they are supposed to apply to the beliefs expressed in those statements, and also to hypotheses which are entertained without being believed or disbelieved. But let us first consider the truth and falsehood of statements, following our practice of going as far as we can with the behaviorists before falling back on introspection. We considered the meaning of words earlier. Now we have to consider sentences. Of course, a sentence may consist of a single word or of a wink, but generally it consists of several words. In that case, it has a meaning which is a function of the meanings of the separate words and their order. A sentence which has no meaning is not true or false. Thus, it is only sentences as vehicles of a certain sort of meaning that have truth or falsehood. We have, therefore, to examine the meaning of a sentence. Let us take some very humble example. Suppose you look in a timetable and find it there stated that a passenger train leaves King's Cross for Edinburgh at 10 a.m. What is the meaning of this assertion? I shudder when I think of its complexity. If I were to try to develop the theme adequately, I should be occupied with nothing else till the end of the present volume, and then I should have only touched the fringe of the subject. Take first the social aspect. It is not essential that anybody but the engineer and fireman should travel by the train, though it is essential that others should be able to travel by it if they fulfill certain conditions. It is not essential that the train should reach Edinburgh. The statement remains true if there is an accident or breakdown on the way. But it is essential that the management of the railway should intend it to reach Edinburgh. Take next the physical aspect. It is not essential or even possible that the train should start exactly at 10. One might perhaps say that it must not start more than 10 seconds before its time or more than 50 seconds after. But these limits cannot be laid down rigidly. In countries where unpunctuality is common, they would be much wider. Then we must consider what we mean by starting, which no one can define unless he has learnt the infinitesimal calculus. Then we consider the definitions of King Cross and Edinburgh, both of which are more or less vague terms. Then we must consider what is meant by a train. Here there will be, first of all, complicated legal questions. What constitutes fulfillment of a railway company's obligation in the way of running trains? Then there are questions as to the constitution of matter, since evidently a train is a piece of matter. Also, of course, there are questions as to methods of estimating Greenwich time at King's Cross. Most of the above points have to do with the meaning of single words, not with the meaning of the whole sentence. It is obvious that the ordinary mortal does not trouble about such complications when he uses the words. To him, a word has a meaning very far from precise, and he does not try to exclude marginal cases. It is the search for precision that introduces complications. We think we attach a meaning to the word man, but we don't know whether to include Pithecanthropus erectus. To this extent, the meaning of the word is vague. As knowledge increases, words acquire meanings which are more precise and more complex. New words have to be introduced to express the less complex constituents which have been discovered. A word is intended to describe something in the world. At first it does so very badly, but afterwards it generally improves. Thus, single words embody knowledge, although they do not make assertions. In an ideal, logical language, there will be words of different kinds. First, proper names. Of these, however, there are no examples in actual language. The words which are called proper names describe collections, which are always defined by some characteristic. Thus, assertions about Peter are really about everything that is Peterish. To get a true proper name, we should have to get to a single particular, or a set of particulars defined by enumeration, not by a common quality. Since we cannot acquire knowledge of actual particulars, the words we use denote, in the best language we can make, either adjectives or relations between two or more terms. In addition to these, there are words indicative of structure. For example, in A is greater than B, the words is and than have no separate meaning, but merely serve to show the sense of the relation greater, i.e., that it goes from A to B, not from B to A. Strictly speaking, we are still simplifying. True adjectives and relations will require particulars for their terms. The sort of adjectives we can know, such as blue and round, will not be applicable to particulars. They are therefore analogous to the adjective populous applied to a town. To say this town is populous means many people live in this town. A similar transformation would be demanded by logic in all the adjectives and relations we can know empirically. That is to say, no word that we could understand would occur in a grammatically correct account of the universe. Leaving on one side the vagueness and inaccuracy of words, let us ask ourselves, in what circumstances do we feel convinced that we know a statement to be true or false, as the case may be? A present statement will be regarded as true if, for example, it agrees with recollection or perception. A past statement, if it raised expectations now confirmed. I do not mean to say that these are the only grounds upon which we regard statements as true. I mean that they are simple and typical and worth examining. If you say, "It was raining this morning," I may recollect that it was or that it wasn't. One may perhaps say that the words "this morning" are associated for me with the word raining or with the words not raining. According to which occurs, I judge your statement to be true or false. If I have neither association, I do not judge your statement either true or false unless I have material for an inference, and I do not want to consider inference yet. If you say, "The lights have gone out," when I can see the light shining, I judge that you speak falsely, because my perception is associated with the words lights shining. If you say, "The lights will go out in a minute," you produce a certain familiar kind of tension called expectation, and after a time you produce a judgment that you spoke falsely if the lights do not go out. These are the ordinary direct ways of deciding on the truth or falsehood of statements about past, present, or future. It is necessary to distinguish between direct and indirect grounds for accepting or rejecting statements. Pragmatism considers only indirect grounds. Broadly speaking, it considers a statement false when the consequences of accepting it are unfortunate, but this belongs to the region of inference. I ask you the way to the station. You tell me wrong, and I miss my train. I then infer that you told me wrong. But if you say, "The lights are out when I see them shining," I reject your statement without inference. In this case, something in my present circumstances is associated with words different from yours, and different in ways which I have learnt to regard as involving incompatibility. The ultimate test of falsehood is never, so I think, the nature of the consequences of a belief, but the association between words and sensible or remembered facts. A belief is verified when a situation arises which gives a feeling of expectedness in connection with it. It is falsified when the feeling is one of surprise. But this only applies to beliefs which await some future contingency for verification or refutation. A belief which is an immediate reaction to a situation, for example, when you are waiting for a race to begin and presently you say, "They're off," has no need of verification, but verifies other beliefs. And even when the confirmation of a belief is in the future, it is the expectedness, not the pleasantness, of the consequences that confirms the truth of the belief. I think it is a mistake to treat belief as one kind of occurrence, as is done in traditional psychology. The sort of belief which is based upon memory or perception alone differs from the sort which involves expectation. When you find in the timetable that a train leaves King's Cross at 10, your belief that this statement occurs in the timetable does not await future confirmation, but your belief about the train does. You may go to King's Cross and see the train start. A belief which concerns an event may be a recollection, a perception, or an expectation. It may be none of these, in the case of an event which you have not seen and do not expect to see. For example, Caesar crossing the Rubicon, or the abolition of the House of Lords. But such beliefs always involve inference. I do not, at this stage, consider logical and mathematical beliefs, some of which must be, in a sense, non-inferential. But I think we shall find that this sense is different from that in which memories and perceptions are non-inferential. A belief, I should say, interpreted narrowly, is a form of words related to an emotion of one of several kinds. I shall give a broader meaning later. The emotion is different according as the belief embodies a reminiscence, a perception, an expectation, or something outside the experience of the believer. Moreover, a form of words is not essential. Where the emotion is present and leads to action relevant to some feature of the environment, there may be said to be a belief. The fundamental test of a belief, of no matter what sort, is that it causes some event which actually takes place to arouse the emotion of expectedness, or its opposite. I do not now attempt to decide what an emotion is. Dr. Watson gives a behavioristic account of emotions, which would, if adopted, make my definition of belief purely behavioristic. I have framed the definition so as not to involve a decision on the question of introspection. The subject of truth and falsehood may be subdivided as follows. A. Formal theory. Given the meanings of the component words, what decides whether a sentence is true or false? B. Causal theory. Can we distinguish between truth and falsehood by A. Their causes, B. Their effects? C. Individual and social elements. A statement is a social occurrence, a belief is something individual. How can we define a belief? And what is it when it is not composed of words? D. Consistency and truth. Can we get outside the circle of beliefs or statements to something else which shows them true, not merely consistent? In other words, what possible relation is there between propositions and facts? It is very hard to disentangle these questions. The first question, as to formal theories, leads to the fourth, as to the relation of propositions to facts. For example, Brutus killed Caesar is true because of a certain fact. What fact? The fact that Brutus killed Caesar. This keeps us in the verbal realm, and does not get us outside it to some realm of non-verbal fact by which verbal statements can be verified. Hence our fourth problem arises. But this leads to our second problem, as to causes and effects of what is true or false. For it is here that we shall naturally look for the vital relation between propositions and facts. And here again, we must distinguish between thinking truly and speaking truly. The former is an individual affair, the latter a social affair. Thus, all our problems hang together. I will begin with C, the difference between a belief and a statement. By a statement, I mean a form of words, uttered or written, with a view to being heard or read by some other person or persons, and not a question, interjection, or command, but such as we should call an assertion. As to the question what forms of words are assertions, that is one for the grammarian and differs from language to language. But perhaps we can say rather more than that. The distinction, however, between an assertion and an imperative is not sharp. In England, notices say, "Visitors are requested not to walk on the grass." In America they say, "Keep off, this means you." Effectively, the two have the same meaning, yet the English notice consists only of a statement, while the American notice consists of an imperative followed by a statement, which must be false if read by more than one person. Insofar as statements are intended to influence the conduct of others, they partake of the nature of imperatives or requests. Their characteristic, however, is that they endeavor to effect their aim by producing a belief, which may or may not exist in the mind of the speaker. Often, however, they express a belief without stopping to consider the effect upon others. Thus, a statement may be defined as a form of words which either expresses a belief or is intended to create one. Our next step, therefore, must be the definition of belief. Belief is a word which will be quite differently defined if we take an analytic point of view from the way in which we shall define it if we regard the matter causally. From the point of view of science, the causal point of view is the more important. Beliefs influence action in certain ways. What influences action in these ways may be called a belief, even if, analytically, it does not much resemble what would ordinarily be so called. We may therefore widen our previous definition of belief. Consider a man who goes to the house where his friend used to live, and, finding he is moved, says, "I thought he still lived here," whereas he acted merely from habit, without thought. If we are going to use words causally, we ought to say that this man had a belief, and therefore a belief will be merely a characteristic of a string of actions. We shall have to say, a man believes a certain proposition P, if whenever he is aiming at any result to which P is relevant, he acts in a manner calculated to achieve the result if P is true, but not otherwise. Sometimes this gives definite results, sometimes not. When you call a telephone number, it is clear that you believe that to be the number of the subscriber you want. But whether you believe in the conservation of energy or of future life may be harder to decide. You may hold a belief in some contexts and not in others, for we do not think in accordance with the so-called laws of thought. Belief, like all other categories of traditional psychology, is a notion incapable of precision. This brings me to the question whether the truth or falsehood of a belief can be determined either by its causes or by its effects. There is, however, a preliminary difficulty. I said just now that A believes P if he acts in a way which will achieve his ends if P is true. I therefore assumed that we know what is meant by truth. I assumed, to be definite, that we know what is meant by truth as applied to a form of words. The argument was as follows. From observation of a person's acts, you infer his beliefs, by a process which may be as elaborate as the discovery of Kepler's laws from the observed motions of the planets. His beliefs are not assumed to be states of mind, but merely characteristics of series of actions. These beliefs, when ascertained by observation, can be expressed in words. You can say, for example, "This person believes that there is a train from King's Cross at 10 a.m. Having once expressed the belief in words of which the meaning is known, you have arrived at the stage where formal theories are applicable. Words of known meaning, put together according to a known syntax, are true or false in virtue of some fact, and their relation to this fact results logically from the meanings of the separate words and the laws of syntax. This is where logic is strong. It will be seen that, according to what we have said, truth is applicable primarily to a form of words, and only derivatively to a belief. A form of words is a social phenomenon. Therefore, the fundamental form of truth must be social. A form of words is true when it has a certain relation to a certain fact. What relation to what fact? I think the fundamental relation is this. A form of words is true if a person who knows the language is led to that form of words when he finds himself in an environment which contains features that are the meanings of those words, and these features produce reactions in him sufficiently strong for him to use words which mean them. Thus, a train leaves King's Cross at 10 a.m. is true if a person can be led to say, "It is now 10 a.m., this is King's Cross, and I see a train starting." The environment causes words, and words directly caused by the environment, if they are statements, are true. What is called verification in science consists in putting oneself in a situation where words previously used for other reasons result directly from the environment. Of course, given this basis, there are innumerable indirect ways of verifying statements, but all, I think, depend upon this direct way. The above theory may be thought very odd, but it is partly designed to meet the fourth of our previous questions, namely, how can we get outside words to the facts which make them true or false? Obviously, we cannot do this within logic, which is imprisoned in the realm of words. We can only do it by considering the relations of words to our other experiences, and these relations, insofar as they are relevant, can hardly be other than causal. I think the above theory, as it stands, is too crude to be quite true. We must also bring in such things as expectedness, which we discussed earlier. But I believe that the definition of truth or falsehood will have to be sought along some such lines as I have indicated. I want, in conclusion, to indulge in two speculations. The first concerns a possible reconciliation of behaviorism and logic. It is clear that when we have a problem to solve, we do not always solve it as the rat does, by means of random movements. We often solve it by thinking, i.e., by a process in which we are not making any overt movements. The same thing was sometimes true of Kohler's chimpanzees. Now, what is involved in the possibility of solving a problem by verbal thinking? We put words together in various ways which are not wholly random, but limited by previous knowledge of the sort of phrase that is likely to contain a solution of our problem. At last we hit upon a phrase which seems to give what we want. We then proceed to an overt action of the kind indicated by the phrase. If it succeeds, our problem is solved. Now, this process is only intelligible if there is some connection between the laws of syntax and the laws of physics, using syntax in a psychological rather than grammatical sense. I think this connection is assumed in logic and ordinary philosophy, but it ought to be treated as a problem requiring investigation by behaviorist methods. I lay no stress on this suggestion, except as giving a hint for future investigations. But I cannot think that the behaviorist has gone far towards the solution of his problem until he has succeeded in establishing a connection between syntax and physics. Without this, the efficacy of thought cannot be explained on his principles. My second speculation is as to the limitations which the structure of language imposes upon the extent of our possible knowledge of the world. I am inclined to think that quite important metaphysical conclusions, of a more or less skeptical kind, can be drawn from simple considerations as to the relation between language and things. A spoken sentence consists of a temporal series of events. A written sentence is a spatial series of bits of matter. Thus, it is not surprising that language can represent the course of events in the physical world. It can, in fact, make a map of the physical world, preserving its structure in a more manageable form, and it can do this because it consists of physical events. But if there were such a world as the mystic postulates, it would have a structure different from that of language, and would therefore be incapable of being verbally described. It is fairly clear that nothing verbal can conform or confute this hypothesis. A great deal of the confusion about relations which has prevailed in practically all philosophies comes from the fact that relations are indicated not by relations, but by words which are as substantial as other words. Consequently, in thinking about relations, we constantly hover between the unsubstantiality of the relation itself and the substantiality of the word. Take, say, the fact that lightning precedes thunder. We saw earlier that to express this by a language closely reproducing the structure of the fact, we should have to say simply lightning, thunder, where the fact that the first word precedes the second means that what the first word means precedes what the second word means. But even if we adopted this method for temporal order, we should still need words for all other relations, because we could not, without intolerable ambiguity, symbolize them also by the order of our words. When we say lightning precedes thunder, the word precedes has a quite different relation to what it means from that which the words lightning and thunder have to what they respectively mean. Wittgenstein says that what really happens is that we establish a relation between the word lightning and the word thunder, namely the relation of having the word precedes between them. In this way he causes relations to be symbolized by relations. But although this may be quite correct, it is sufficiently odd to make it not surprising that people have thought the word precedes means a relation in the same sense which lightning means a kind of event. This view, however, must be incorrect. I think it has usually been held unconsciously, and has produced many confusions about relations which cease when it is exposed to the light of day. For example, those which lead Bradley to condemn relations. In all this, I have been considering the question of the relation between the structure of language and the structure of the world. It is clear that anything that can be said in an inflected language can be said in an uninflected language. Therefore, everything that can be said in language can be said by means of a temporal series of uninflected words. This places a limitation upon what can be expressed in words. It may well be that there are facts which do not lend themselves to this very simple schema. If so, they cannot be expressed in language. Our confidence in language is due to the fact that it consists of events in the physical world, and therefore shares the structure of the physical world, and therefore can express that structure. But if there be a world which is not physical, or not in space-time, it may have a structure which we can never hope to express or to know. These considerations might lead us to something like the Kantian a priori, not as derived from the structure of the mind, but as derived from the structure of language, which is the structure of the physical world. Perhaps that is why we know so much physics and so little of anything else. However, I have lapsed into mystical speculation, and will leave these possibilities, since by the nature of the case, I cannot say anything true about them. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Validity of Inference. It is customary in science to regard certain facts as data from which laws and also other facts are inferred. We saw in Chapter 7 that the practice of inference is much wider than the theories of any logician would justify, and that it is nothing other than the law of association or of learned reactions. In the present chapter, I wish to consider what the logicians have evolved from this primitive form of inference, and what grounds we have, as rational beings, for continuing to infer. But let us first get as close a notion as we can of what should be meant by a datum. The conception of a datum cannot be made absolute. Theoretically, it should mean something that we know without inference. But before this has any definite meaning, we must define both knowledge and inference. Both these terms have been considered in earlier chapters. For our present purpose, it will simplify matters to take account only of such knowledge as is expressed in words. We considered in Chapter 24 the conditions required in order that a form of words may be true. For present purposes, therefore, we may say that knowledge means the assertion of a true form of words. This definition is not quite adequate, since a man may be right by chance, but we may ignore this complication. We may then define a datum as follows. A datum is a form of words which a man utters as the result of a stimulus, with no intermediary of any learned reaction beyond what is involved in knowing how to speak. We must, however, permit such learned reactions as consist in adjustments of the sense organs or in mere increase of sensitivity. These merely improve the receptivity to data, and do not involve anything that can be called inference. If the above definition is accepted, all our data for knowledge of the external world must be of the nature of percepts. The belief in external objects is a learned reaction acquired in the first months of life, and it is the duty of the philosopher to treat it as an inference whose validity must be tested. A very little consideration shows that, logically, the inference cannot be demonstrative, but must be, at best, probable. It is not logically impossible that my life may be one long dream, in which I merely imagine all the objects that I believe to be external to me. If we are to reject this view, we must do so on the basis of an inductive or analogical argument, which cannot give complete certainty. We perceive other people behaving in a manner analogous to that in which we behave, and we assume that they have had similar stimuli. We may hear a whole crowd say, "Oh," at the moment when we see a rocket burst, and it is natural to suppose that the crowd saw it too. Nor are such arguments confined to living organisms. We can talk to a dictaphone and have it afterwards repeat what we said. This is most easily explained by the hypothesis that at the surface of the dictaphone events happened while I was speaking which were closely analogous to those that were happening just outside my ears. It remains possible that there is no dictaphone, and I have no ears, and there is no crowd watching the rocket. My percepts may be all that is happening in such cases. But if so, it is difficult to arrive at any causal laws, and arguments from analogy are more misleading than we are inclined to think them. As a matter of fact, the whole structure of science, as well as the world of common sense, demands the use of induction and analogy if it is to be believed. These forms of inference, therefore, rather than deduction, are those that must be examined if we are to accept the world of science or any world outside of our own dreams. Let us take a simple example of an induction which we have all performed in practice. If we are hungry, we eat certain things we see and not others. It may be said that we infer edibility inductively from a certain visual and olfactory appearance. The history of this process is that children a few months old put everything into their mouths unless they are stopped. Sometimes the result is pleasant, sometimes unpleasant. They repeat the former rather than the latter. That is to say, given that an object having a certain visual and olfactory appearance has been found pleasant to eat, an object having a very similar appearance will be eaten. But when a certain appearance has been found connected with unpleasant consequences when eaten, a similar appearance does not lead to eating next time. The question is, what logical justification is there for our behavior? Given all our past experience, are we more likely to be nourished by bread than by a stone? It is easy to see why we think so, but can we, as philosophers, justify this way of thinking? It is, of course, obvious that unless one thing can be a sign of another, both science and daily life would be impossible. More particularly, reading involves this principle. One accepts printed words as signs, but this is only justifiable by means of induction. I do not mean that induction is necessary to establish the existence of other people, though that also, as we have seen, is true. I mean something simpler. Suppose you want your hair cut, and as you walk along the street you see a notice, "Hair cutting, first floor." It is only by means of induction that you can establish that this notice makes it in some degree probable that there is a haircutter's establishment on the first floor. I do not mean that you employ the principle of induction. I mean that you act in accordance with it, and that you would have to appeal to it if you were accompanied by a long-haired skeptical philosopher who refused to go upstairs till he was persuaded there was some point in doing so. The principle of induction, prima facie, is as follows. Let there be two kinds of events, A and B, for example, lightning and thunder, and let many instances be known in which an event of the kind A has been quickly followed by one of the kind B, and no instances of the contrary. Then either a sufficient number of instances of this sequence, or instances of suitable kinds, will make it increasingly probable that A is always followed by B, and in time the probability can be made to approach certainty without limit, provided the right kind and number of instances can be found. This is the principle we have to examine. Scientific theories of induction generally try to substitute well-chosen instances for numerous instances, and represent number of instances as belonging to crude popular induction. But in fact, popular induction depends upon the emotional interest of the instances, not upon their number. A child who has burnt its hand once in a candle flame establishes an induction, but words take longer, because at first they are not emotionally interesting. The principle used in primitive practice is, whatever, on a given occasion, immediately precedes something very painful or pleasant is a sign of that interesting event. Number plays a secondary part as compared with emotional interest. That is one reason why rational thought is so difficult. The logical problem of induction is to show that the proposition A is always accompanied or followed by B can be rendered probable by knowledge of instances in which this happened, provided the instances are suitably chosen or very numerous. Far the best examination of induction is contained in Mr. J. M. Keene's Treatise on Probability. There is a valuable doctor's thesis by the late Jean Nicot, Le Problème Logique l'Induction, which is very ably reviewed by R. B. Braithwaite in Mind, October 1925. A man who reads these three will know most of what is known about induction. The subject is technical and difficult, involving a good deal of mathematics, but I will attempt to give the gist of the results. We will begin with the condition in which the problem had been left by J. S. Mill. He had 4 canons of induction, by means of which, given suitable examples, it could be demonstrated that A and B were causally connected, if the law of causation could be assumed. That is to say, given the law of causation, the scientific use of induction could be reduced to deduction. Roughly, the method is this. We know that B must have a cause. The cause cannot be C or D or E, etc., because we find by experiment or observation that these may be present without producing B. On the other hand, we never succeed in finding A without its being accompanied or followed by B. If A and B are both capable of quantity, we may find further that the more there is of A, the more there is of B. By such methods we eliminate all possible causes except A. Therefore, since B must have a cause, that cause must be A. All this is not really induction at all. True induction only comes in proving the law of causation. This law Mill regards as proved by mere enumeration of instances. We know vast numbers of events which have causes, and no events which can be shown to be uncaused. Therefore, it is highly probable that all events have causes. Leaving out of account the fact that the law of causality cannot have quite the form that Mill supposed, we are left with the problem, does mere number of instances afford a basis for induction? If not, is there any other basis? This is the problem to which Mr. Keynes addresses himself. Mr. Keynes holds that an induction may be rendered more probable by number of instances, not because of their mere number, but because of the probability, if the instances are very numerous, that they will have nothing in common except the characteristics in question. We want, let us suppose, to find out whether some quality A is always associated with some quality B. We find instances in which this is the case, but it may happen that in all our instances some quality C is also present, and that it is C that is associated with B. If we can so choose our instances that they have nothing in common except the qualities A and B, then we have better grounds for holding that A is always associated with B. If our instances are very numerous, then even if we do not know that they have no other common quality, it may become quite likely that this is the case. This, according to Mr. Keynes, is the sole value of many instances. A few technical terms are useful. Suppose we want to establish inductively that there is some probability in favor of the generalization. Everything that has the property F also has the property f. We will call this generalization G. Suppose we have observed a number of instances in which F and f go together, and no instances to the contrary. These instances may have other common properties as well. The sum total of their common properties is called the total positive analogy, and the sum total of their known common qualities is called the known positive analogy. The properties belonging to some, but not to all of the instances in question are called the negative analogy. All of them constitute the total negative analogy. All those that are known constitute the known negative analogy. To strengthen an induction, we want to diminish the positive analogy to the utmost possible extent. This, according to Mr. Keynes, is why numerous instances are useful. On pure induction, where we rely solely upon number of instances without knowing how they affect the analogy, Mr. Keynes concludes, Treatise in Probability, page 236, we have shown that if each of the instances necessarily follows from the generalization, then each additional instance increases the probability of the generalization, so long as the new instance could not have been predicted with certainty from a knowledge of the former instances. The common notion that each successive verification of a doubtful principle strengthens it is formally proved, therefore, without any appeal to conceptions of law or of causality. But we have not proved that this probability approaches certainty as a limit, or even that our conclusion becomes more likely than not as the number of verifications or instances is indefinitely increased. It is obvious that induction is not much use unless, with suitable care, its conclusion can be rendered more likely to be true than false. This problem, therefore, necessarily occupies Mr. Keynes. It is found that an induction will approach certainty as a limit if two conditions are fulfilled. 1. If the generalization is false, the probability of its being true in a new instance, when it has been found to be true in a certain number of instances, however great that number may be, falls short of certainty by a finite amount. 2. There is a finite a priori probability in favor of our generalization. Mr. Keynes uses finite here in a special sense. He holds that not all probabilities are numerically measurable. A finite probability is one which exceeds some numerically measurable probability, however small. For example, our generalization has a finite a priori probability if it is less unlikely than throwing heads a billion times running. The difficulty is, however, that there is no easily discoverable way of estimating the a priori probability of a generalization. In examining this question, Mr. Keynes is led to a very interesting postulate which, if true, will, he thinks, give the required finite a priori probability. His postulate, as he gives it, is not quite correct, but I shall give his form first and then the necessary modification. Mr. Keynes supposes that the qualities of objects cohere in groups, so that the number of independent qualities is much less than the total number of qualities. We may conceive this after the analogy of biological species. A cat has a number of distinctive qualities which are found in all cats. A dog has a number of other distinctive qualities which are found in all dogs. The method of induction can, he says, be justified if we assume that the objects in the field over which our generalizations extend do not have an infinite number of independent qualities. That, in other words, their characteristics, however numerous, cohere together in groups of invariable connection, which are finite in number. Page 256. Again, page 258. As a biological foundation for analogy, therefore, we seem to need some assumption as that the amount of variety in the universe is limited in such a way that there is no one object so complex that its qualities fall into an infinite number of independent groups, or rather, that none of the objects about which we generalize are as complex as this. Or at least that, though some objects may be infinitely complex, we sometimes have a finite probability that an object about which we seek to generalize is not infinitely complex. This postulate is called the principle of limitation of variety. Mr. Keynes again finds that it is needed in attempts to establish laws by statistics. If he is right, it is needed for all our scientific knowledge outside pure mathematics. Jean Nicot pointed out that it is not quite sufficiently stringent. We need, according to Mr. Keynes, a finite probability that the object in question has only a finite number of independent qualities. But what we really need is a finite probability that the number of its independent qualities is less than some assigned finite number. This is a very different thing, as may be seen by the following illustration. Suppose there is some number of which we know only that it is finite. It is infinitely improbable that it will be less than 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 or any other assigned finite number, because whatever such number we take, the number of smaller numbers is finite and the number of greater numbers is infinite. It is the stronger assumption which is needed to justify induction. This result is very interesting and very important. It is remarkable that it is in line with the trend of modern science. Eddington has pointed out that there is a certain finite number which is fundamental in the universe, namely the number of electrons. According to the quantum theory, it would seem that the number of possible arrangements of electrons may well also be finite, since they cannot move in all possible orbits, but only in such as make the action in one complete revolution conform to the quantum principle. If all this is true, the principle of limitation of variety may well also be true. We cannot, however, arrive at a proof of our principle in this way, because physics uses induction, and is therefore presumably invalid unless the principle is true. What we can say, in a general way, is that the principle does not refute itself, but on the contrary leads to results which confirm it. To this extent, the trend of modern science may be regarded as increasing the plausibility of the principle. It is important to realize the fundamental position of probability in science. At the very best, induction and analogy only give probability. Every inference worthy of the name is inductive. Therefore, all inferred knowledge is at best probable. As to what is meant by probability, opinions differ. Mr. Keynes takes it as a fundamental logical category. Certain premises may make a conclusion more or less probable without making it certain. For him, probability is a relation between a premise and a conclusion. A proposition does not have a definite probability on its own account. In itself, it is merely true or false. But it has probabilities of different amounts in regard to different premises. When we speak elliptically of the probability of a proposition, we mean its probability in relation to all our relevant knowledge. A proposition in probability cannot be refuted by mere observation. Improbable things may happen, and probable things may fail to happen. Nor is an estimate of probability relevant to given evidence proved wrong when further evidence alters the probability. For this reason, the inductive principle cannot be proved or disproved by experience. We might prove validly that such and such a conclusion was enormously probable, and yet it might not happen. We might prove invalidly that it was probable, and yet it might happen. What happens affects the probability of a proposition, since it is relevant evidence, but it never alters the probability relative to the previously available evidence. The whole subject of probability, therefore, on Mr. Keene's theory, is strictly a priori and independent of experience. There is, however, another theory, called the frequency theory, which would make probability not indefinable, and would allow empirical evidence to affect our estimates of probability relative to given premises. According to this theory, in its crude form, the probability that an object having the property F will have the property f is simply the proportion of the objects having both properties to all those having the property F. For example, in a monogamous country, the probability of a married person being male is exactly a half. Mr. Keynes advances strong arguments against all forms of this theory that existed when his book was written. There is, however, an article by R.H. Nisbet on the foundations of probability in Mind for January 1926, which undertakes to rehabilitate the frequency theory. His arguments are interesting, and suffice to show that the controversy is still an open one, but they do not, in my opinion, amount to decisive proof. It is to be observed, however, that the frequency theory, if it could be maintained, would be preferable to Mr. Keynes's, because it would get rid of the necessity for treating probability as indefinable, and would bring probability into much closer touch with what actually occurs. Mr. Keynes leaves an uncomfortable gap between probability and fact, so that it is far from clear why a rational man will act upon a probability. Nevertheless, the difficulties of the frequency theory are so considerable that I cannot venture to advocate it definitely. Meanwhile, the details of the discussion are unaffected by the view we may take on this fundamental philosophical question. And on either view, the principle of limitation of variety will be equally necessary to give validity to the inferences by induction and analogy upon which science and daily life depend. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Events, Matter, and Mind. Everything in the world is composed of events. That, at least, is the thesis I wish to maintain. An event, as I understand it, is something having a small finite duration and a small finite extension in space. Or rather, in view of the theory of relativity, it is something occupying a small finite amount of space-time. If it has parts, these parts, I say, are again events, never something occupying a mere point of instant, whether in space, in time, or in space-time. The fact that an event occupies a finite amount of space-time does not prove that it has parts. Events are not impenetrable, as matter is supposed to be. On the contrary, every event in space-time is overlapped by other events. There is no reason to suppose that any of the events with which we are familiar are infinitely complex. On the contrary, everything known about the world is compatible with the view that every complex event has a finite number of parts. We do not know that this is the case, but it is an hypothesis which cannot be refuted, and is simpler than any other possible hypothesis. I shall therefore adopt it as a working hypothesis in what follows. When I speak of an event, I do not mean anything out of the way. Seeing a flash of lightning is an event. So is hearing a tire burst, or smelling a rotten egg, or feeling the coldness of a frog. These are events that are data in the sense of chapter 25, but on the principles explained in that chapter, we infer that there are events which are not data and happen at a distance from our own body. Some of these are data to other people, others are data to no one. In the case of the flash of lightning, there is an electromagnetic disturbance consisting of events traveling outward from the place where the flash takes place. And then, when this disturbance reaches the eye of a person or animal that can see, there is a percept, which is causally continuous with the events between the place of the lightning and the body of the percipient. Percepts afford the logical premises for all inferences to events that are not precepts, wherever such inferences are logically justifiable. Particular colors and sounds and so on are events. Their causal antecedents in the inanimate world are also events. If we assume, as I propose to do, that every event has only a finite number of parts, then every event is composed of a finite number of events that have no parts. Such events I shall call minimal events. It will simplify our discussion to assume them, but by a little circumlocution this assumption could be eliminated. The reader must not therefore regard it as an essential part of what follows. A minimal event occupies a finite region in space-time. Let us take time alone for purposes of illustration. The event in question may overlap in time with each of two others, although the first of these others wholly precedes the second. For example, you may hear a long note on the violin while you hear two short ones on the piano. It is not necessary to suppose that these are really minimal events. I merely want to illustrate what is meant. I assume that every event is contemporaneous with events that are not contemporaneous with each other. This is what is meant by saying that every event lasts for a finite time, as the reader can easily convince himself if he remembers that time is wholly relational. If we look away from the world of physics for a moment and confine ourselves to the world of one man's experience, we can easily define an instant in his life. It will be a group of events, all belonging to his experience, and having the following two properties. 1. Any two of the events overlap. 2. No event outside the group overlaps with every member of the group. By a slightly more complicated but essentially similar method, we can define a point instant in space-time as a group of events having two properties analogous to those used just now in defining an instant in one biography. Footnote. See The Analysis of Matter by the present author, Chapter 28. End footnote. Thus the points, or point instants, that the mathematician needs are not simple, but are structures composed of events, made up for the convenience of the mathematician. There will be many points of which a given minimal event is a member. All these together make up the region of space-time occupied by that event. Space-time order, as well as space-time points, results from the relations between events. A piece of matter, like a space-time point, is to be constructed out of events, but the construction is considerably more complicated, and in the end is only an approximation to what the physicist supposes to be really taking place. There are, at the moment, two somewhat different views of matter, one appropriate to the study of atomic structure, the other to the general theory of relativity, as affording an explanation of gravitation. The view appropriate to atomic structure has itself two forms, one derived from Heisenberg, the other from de Broglie and Schrödinger. These two forms, it is true, are mathematically equivalent, but in words they are very different. Heisenberg regards a piece of matter as a center from which radiations travel outward. The radiations are supposed really to occur, but the matter at their center is reduced to a mere mathematical fiction. The radiations are, for example, such as constitute light. They are all avowedly systems of events, not changes in the conditions or relations of substances. In the de Broglie-Schrödinger system, matter consists of wave motions. It is not necessary to the theory to postulate anything about these wave motions except their mathematical characteristics. But obviously, since they are to explain matters, they cannot serve their purpose if they consist of motions of matter. In this system also, therefore, we are led to construct matter out of systems of events, which just happen, and do not happen to matter or to anything else. Gravitation, as explained by the general theory of relativity, is reduced to crinkles in space-time. Space-time being, as we have already seen, a system constructed out of events, the crinkles in it are also derived from events. There is no reason to suppose that there is a thing at the place where the crinkle is most crinkly. Thus, in this part of physics, also, matter has ceased to be a thing and has become merely a mathematical characteristic of the relations between complicated, logical structures composed of events. It was traditionally a property of substance to be permanent, and to a considerable extent, matter has retained this property in spite of its loss of substantiality. But its permanence now is only approximate, not absolute. It is thought that an electron and a proton can meet and annihilate each other. In the stars, this is supposed to be happening on a large scale. Footnote. See the Analysis of Matter by the present author, chapter 28. End footnote. And even while an electron or proton lasts, it has a different kind of persistence from that formerly attributed to matter. A wave in the sea persists for a longer or shorter time. The waves that I see dashing themselves to pieces on the Cornish coast may have come all the way from Brazil, but that does not mean that a thing has traveled across the Atlantic. It means only that a certain process of change has traveled. And just as a wave in the sea comes to grief at last on the rocks, so an electron or proton may come to grief when it meets some unusual state of affairs. Thus, matter has very definitely come down in the world as a result of recent physics. It used to be the cause of our sensations. Dr. Johnson disproved Berkeley's denial of matter by kicking a stone. If he had known that his foot never touched the stone, and that both were only complicated systems of wave motions, he might have been less satisfied with his refutation. We cannot say that matter is the cause of our sensations. We can say that the events which cause our sensations usually belong to the sort of group that physicists regard as material, but that is a very different thing. Impenetrability used to be a noble property of matter, a kind of declaration of independence. Now it is a merely tautological result of the way in which matter is defined. The events which are the real stuff of the world are not impenetrable, since they can overlap in space-time. In a word, matter has become no more than a convenient shorthand for stating certain causal laws concerning events. But if matter has fared badly, mind has fared little better. The adjective mental is one which is not capable of any exact significance. There is, it is true, an important group of events, mainly percepts, all of which may be called mental. But it would be arbitrary to say that there are no mental events except percepts, and yet it is difficult to find any principle by which we can decide what other events should be included. Perhaps the most essential characteristics of mind are introspection and memory. But memory, in some of its forms, is, as we have seen, a consequence of the law of conditioned reflexes, which is at least as much physiological as psychological, and characterizes living tissue rather than mind. Knowledge, as we have found, is not easy to distinguish from sensitivity, which is a property possessed by scientific instruments. Introspection is a form of knowledge, but turns out, on examination, to be little more than a cautious interpretation of ordinary knowledge. Where the philosopher's child at the zoo says, "There is a hippopotamus over there," the philosopher should reply, "There is a colored pattern of a certain shape, which may perhaps be connected with a system of external causes of the sort called a hippopotamus." I do not live up to this precept myself. In saying that there is a colored pattern, the philosopher is practicing introspection in the only sense that I can attach to that term, i.e., his knowledge reaction is to an event situated in his own brain from the standpoint of physical space, and is consciously avoiding physiological and other inference as far as possible. Events to which a knowledge reaction of this sort occurs are mental. So are, presumably, other events resembling them in certain respects. But I do not see any way of defining this wider group except by saying that mental events are events in a living brain, or, better, in a region combining sensitivity and the law of learned reactions to a marked extent. This definition has, at least, the merit of showing that mentality is an affair of causal laws, not of the quality of single events, and also that mentality is a matter of degree. Perhaps it is not unnecessary to repeat, at this point, that events in the brain are not to be regarded as consisting of motions of bits of matter. Matter and motion, as we have seen, are logical constructions using events as their material, and events are therefore something quite different from matter in motion. I take it that when we have a percept, just what we perceive, if we avoid avoidable sources of error, is an event occupying part of the region which, for physics, is occupied by the brain. In fact, perception gives us the most concrete knowledge we possess as to the stuff of the physical world, but what we perceive is part of the stuff of our brains, not part of the stuff of tables and chairs, sun, moon, and stars. Suppose we are looking at a leaf, and we see a green patch. This patch is not out there where the leaf is, but is an event occupying a certain volume in our brains during the time that we see the leaf. Seeing the leaf consists of the existence, in the region occupied by our brain, of a green patch causally connected with the leaf, or rather with a series of events emanating from the place in physical space where physics places the leaf. The percept is one of this series of events, differing from the others in its effects owing to the peculiarities of the region in which it occurs. Or perhaps it would be more correct to say that the different effects are the peculiarities of the region. Thus, mind and mental are merely approximate concepts, giving a convenient shorthand for certain approximate laws. In a completed science, the word mind and the word matter would both disappear, and would be replaced by causal laws concerning events, the only events known to us otherwise in their mathematical and causal properties being percepts, which are events situated in the same region as a brain and having effects of a peculiar sort called knowledge reactions. It will be seen that the view which I am advocating is neither materialism nor mentalism, but what we call neutral monism. It is monism in the sense that it regards the world as composed of only one kind of stuff, namely events, but it is pluralism in the sense that it admits the existence of a great multiplicity of events, each minimal event being a logically self-subsistent entity. There is, however, another question, not quite the same as this, namely, the question as to the relations of psychology and physics. If we knew more, would psychology be absorbed in physics? Or conversely, would physics be absorbed in psychology? A man may be a materialist and yet hold that psychology is an independent science. This is the view taken by Dr. Broad in his important book, The Mind and Its Place in Nature. He holds that a mind is a material structure, but that it has properties which could not, even theoretically, be inferred from those of its material constituents. He points out that structures very often have properties which, in the present state of our knowledge, cannot be inferred from the properties and relations of their parts. Water has many properties which we cannot infer from those of hydrogen and oxygen, even if we suppose ourselves to know the structure of the molecule of water more completely than we do as yet. Properties of a whole which cannot, even theoretically, be inferred from the properties and relations of its parts are called by Dr. Broad emergent properties. Thus he holds that a mind, or brain, has properties which are emergent, and to this extent psychology will be independent of physics and chemistry. The emergent properties of minds will only be discoverable by observation of minds, not by inference from the laws of physics and chemistry. This possibility is an important one, and it will be worthwhile to consider it. Our decision to regard a unit of matter as itself not ultimate, but an assemblage of events, somewhat alters the form of our question as to emergent properties. We have to ask, is matter emergent from events? Is mind emergent from events? If the former, is mind emergent from matter or deducible from the properties of matter, or neither? If the latter, is matter emergent from mind or deducible from the properties of mind, or neither? Of course, if neither mind nor matter is emergent from events, these latter questions do not arise. Let us coin a word, chronogeography, for the science which begins with events having space-time relations and does not assume at the outset that certain strings of them can be treated as persistent material units or as minds. Then we have to ask ourselves first, can the science of matter, as appears in physics and chemistry, be wholly reduced to chronogeography? If no, matter is emergent from events. If yes, it is not emergent. Is matter emergent from events? In the present state of science, it is difficult to give a decided answer to this question. The notion of matter in modern physics has become absorbed into the notion of energy. Eddington, in his mathematical theory of relativity, shows that, in virtue of the laws assumed concerning events, there must be something having the observed properties of matter and energy as regards conservation. This he calls the material energy tensor, and suggests that it is the reality which we sometimes call matter and sometimes energy. To this extent, matter has been shown to be not emergent. But the existence of electrons and protons, to the extent that they do exist, has not yet been deduced from the general theory of relativity, though attempts are being made and may at any moment succeed. If and when these attempts succeed, physics will cease to be in any degree independent of chronogeography, but for the present it remains in part independent. As for chemistry, although we cannot practically reduce it all to physics, we can see how, theoretically, this could be done, and I think it is safe to assume that it is not an ultimately independent science. The question we have been asking is, could we predict, theoretically, from the laws of events that there must be material units obeying the laws which they do in fact obey, or is this a new, logically independent fact? In theory, we might be able to prove that it is not independent, but it would be very difficult to prove that it is. The present position is, broadly speaking, that the continuous properties of the physical world can be deduced from chronogeography, but not the discontinuous facts, viz. Electrons and protons and Planck's quantum. Thus, for the present, materiality is practically, though perhaps not theoretically, an emergent characteristic of certain groups of events. Is mind emergent from events? This question as yet can hardly be even discussed intelligently, because psychology is not a sufficiently advanced science. There are, nevertheless, some points to be noted. Chronogeography is concerned only with the abstract mathematical properties of events, and cannot conceivably, unless it is radically transformed, prove that there are visual events, or auditory events, or events of any of the kinds that we know by perception. In this sense, psychology is certainly emergent from chronogeography and also from physics, and it is hard to see how it can ever cease to be so. The reason for this is that our knowledge of data contains features of a qualitative sort, which cannot be deduced from the merely mathematical features of the space-time events inferred from data, and yet these abstract mathematical features are all that we can legitimately infer. The above argument decides also that mind must be emergent from matter, if it is a material structure. No amount of physics can ever tell us all that we do in fact know about our own percepts. We have still to ask whether we are to regard a mind as a structure of material units or not. If we do so regard it, we are, so far as mind is concerned, emergent materialists in view of what we have just decided. This is the view favored by Dr. Broad. If we do not so regard it, we are in no sense materialists. In favor of the materialist view, there is the fact that, so far as our experience goes, minds only emerge in connection with certain physical structures, namely living bodies, and that mental development increases with a certain kind of complexity of physical structure. We cannot set against this the argument that minds have peculiar characteristics, for this is quite consistent with emergent materialism. If we are to refute it, it must be by finding out what sort of group of events constitutes a mind. It is time to address ourselves to this question. What is a mind? It is obvious, to begin with, that a mind must be a group of mental events, since we have rejected the view that it is a single, simple entity, such as the ego was formerly supposed to be. Our first step, therefore, is to be clear as to what we mean by a mental event. We said a few pages ago that mental events are events in a region combining sensitivity and the law of learned reactions to a marked extent. For practical purposes, this means, subject to a proviso to be explained shortly, that a mental event is any event in a living brain. We explained that this does not mean that a mental event consists of matter in motion, which is what an old-fashioned physicist would regard as the sort of event that happens in a brain. Matter in motion, we have seen, is not an event in our sense, but a shorthand description of a very complicated causal process among events of a different sort. But we must say a few words in justification of our definition. Let us consider some alternative definitions. A mental event, we might say, is one which is experienced. When is an event experienced? We might say when it has mnemic effects, i.e., effects governed by the law of association. But we saw that this law applies to pure bodily events such as the contraction of the pupil, with which nothing mental seems to be connected. Thus, if our definition is to serve, we shall have to define experience differently. We shall have to say that the mnemic events must include something that can be called knowledge. This would suggest the definition: a mental event is anything that is remembered. But this is too narrow. We only remember a small proportion of our mental events. We might have regarded consciousness as the essence of mental events, but this view was examined and found inadequate in Chapter 20. Moreover, we do not want our definition to exclude the unconscious. It is clear that the primary mental events, those about which there can be no question, are percepts. But percepts have certain peculiar causal properties, notably that they give rise to knowledge reactions, and that they are capable of having mnemic effects which are cognitions. These causal properties, however, belong to some events which are not apparently percepts. It seems that any event in the brain may have these properties, and perhaps we were too hasty in saying that the contraction of the pupil on hearing a loud noise involves nothing mental. There may be other mental events connected with the human body besides those belonging to the central personality. I shall come back to this possibility presently. Meanwhile, I shall adhere to the above definition of a mental event, which, as we saw, makes mentality a matter of degree. We can now return to the question, what is a mind? There may be mental events not forming part of the sort of group that we should call a mind, but there certainly are groups having that kind of unity that make us call them one mind. There are two marked characteristics of a mind. First, it is connected with a certain body. Secondly, it has the unity of one experience. The two prima facie diverge in cases of dual or multiple personality, but I think this is more apparent than real. These two characteristics are, one physical, the other psychological. Let us consider each in turn as a possible definition of what we mean by one mind. In the physical way, we begin by observing that every mental event known to us is also part of the history of a living body, and we define a mind as the group of mental events which form part of the history of a certain living body. The definition of a living body is chemical, and the reduction of chemistry to physics is clear in theory, though in practice the mathematics is too difficult. It is so far a merely empirical fact that mnemic causation is almost exclusively associated with matter having a certain chemical structure, but the same may be said of magnetism. As yet, we cannot deduce the magnetic properties of iron from what we know of the structure of the atom of iron. But no one doubts that they could be deduced by a person with sufficient knowledge and sufficient mathematical skill. In like manner, it may be assumed that mnemic causation is theoretically deducible from the structure of living matter. If we knew enough, we might be able to infer that some other possible structure would exhibit mnemic phenomena, perhaps in an even more marked degree. If so, we might be able to construct robots who would be more intelligent than we are. In the psychological way of defining a mind, It consists of all the mental events connected with a given mental event by experience, i.e., by mnemic causation. But this definition needs a little elaboration before it can be regarded as precise. We do not want the contraction of the pupil to count as a mental event. Therefore, a mental event will have to be one which has mnemic effects, not merely mnemic causes. In that case, however, there cannot be a last mental event in a man's life unless we assume that it may have mnemic effects on his body after death. Perhaps we may avoid this inconvenience by discovering the kind of event that usually has mnemic effects, though they may be prevented from occurring by special circumstances. Or we might maintain that death is gradual, even when it is called instantaneous. In that case, the last events in a man's life grow progressively less mental as life ebbs. Neglecting this point, which is not very important, we shall define the experience to which a given mental event belongs as all those mental events which can be reached from the given event by a mnemic causal chain, which may go backwards or forwards, or alternatively first one and then the other. This may be conceived on the analogy of an engine shunting at a juncture or where there are many points. Any line that can be reached, by however many shuntings, will count as part of the same experience. We cannot be sure that all the mental events connected with one body are connected by links of mnemic causation with each other, and therefore we cannot be sure that our two definitions of one mind give the same result. In cases of multiple personality, some at least of the usual mnemic effects, notably recollection, are absent in the life of one personality when they have occurred in the life of the other. But probably both personalities are connected by mnemic chains with events which occurred before the dissociation took place, so that there would be only one mind, according to our definition. But there are other possibilities which must be considered. It may be that each cell in the body has its own mental life, and that only selections from these mental lives go to make up the life which we regard as ours. The unconscious might be mental lives of subordinate parts of the body, having occasional mnemic effects which we can notice, but in the main separate from the life of which we are conscious. If so, the mental events connected with one body will be more numerous than the events making up its central mind. These, however, are only speculative possibilities. I spoke a moment ago of the life of which we are conscious, and perhaps the reader has been wondering why I have not made more use of the notion of consciousness. The reason is that I regard it as only one kind of mnemic effect, and not one entitled to a special place. To say that I am conscious of an event is to say that I recollect it, at any rate for a short time after it has happened. To say that I recollect an event is to say that a certain event is occurring in me now which is connected by mnemic causation with the event recollected, and is of the sort that we call a cognition of the event. But events which I do not recollect may have mnemic effects upon me. This is the case not only where we have Freudian suppression, but in all habits which were learnt long ago and have now become automatic, such as writing and speaking. The emphasis upon consciousness has made a mystery of the unconscious, which ought to be in no way surprising. It does not much matter which of our two definitions of a mind we adopt. Let us provisionally adopt the first definition, so that a mind is all the mental events which form part of the history of a certain living body, or perhaps we should rather say a living brain. We can now tackle the question which is to decide whether we are emergent materialists or not, namely, is a mind a structure of material units? I think it is clear that the answer to this question is in the negative. Even if a mind consists of all the events in a brain, it does not consist of bundles of these events grouped as physics groups them, i.e., it does not lump together all the events that make up one piece of matter in the brain, and then all the events that make up another, and so on. Mnemic causation is what concerns us most in studying mind, if we assume, as seems plausible, that mental mnemic causation is due to effects upon the brain. This question, however, is still an open one. If mnemic causation is ultimate, mind is emergent. If not, the question is more difficult. As we saw earlier, there certainly is knowledge in psychology which cannot ever form part of physics. But as this point is important, I shall repeat the argument in different terms. The difference between physics and psychology is analogous to that between a postman's knowledge of letters and the knowledge of a recipient of letters. The postman knows the movements of many letters, the recipient knows the contents of a few. We may regard the light and sound waves that go about the world as letters, of which the physicist may know the destination. Some few of them are addressed to human beings, and when read give psychological knowledge. Of course, the analogy is not perfect, because the letters with which the physicist deals are continually changing during their journeys, as if they were written in fading ink, which also was not quite dry all the time, but occasionally got smudged with rain. However, the analogy may pass if not pressed. It would be possible, without altering the detail of previous discussions, except that of Chapter 25, to give a different turn to the argument, and make matter a structure composed of mental units. I am not quite sure that this is the wrong view. It arises not unnaturally from the argument as to data contained in Chapter 25. We saw that all data are mental events in the narrowest and strictest sense, since they are percepts. Consequently, all verification of causal laws consists in the occurrence of expected percepts. Consequently, any inference beyond percepts, actual or possible, is incapable of being empirically tested. We shall therefore be prudent if we regard the non-mental events of physics as mere auxiliary concepts, not assumed to have any reality, but introduced to simplify the laws of percepts. Thus matter will be a construction built out of percepts, and our metaphysic will be essentially that of Berkeley. If there are no non-mental events, causal laws will be very odd. For example, a hidden dictaphone may record a conversation although it did not exist at the time, since no one was perceiving it. But although this seems odd, it is not logically impossible, and it must be conceded that it enables us to interpret physics with a smaller amount of dubious inductive and analogical inference than is required if we admit non-mental events. In spite of the logical merits of this view, I cannot bring myself to accept it, though I am not sure that my reasons for disliking it are any better than Dr. Johnson's. I find myself constitutionally incapable of believing that the sun would not exist on a day when he was everywhere hidden by clouds, or that the meat in a pie springs into existence at the moment when the pie is opened. I know the logical answer to such objections, and qua logician, I think the answer a good one. The logical argument, however, does not even tend to show that there are not non-mental events. It only tends to show that we have no right to feel sure of their existence. For my part, I find myself in fact believing in them in spite of all that can be said to persuade me that I ought to feel doubtful. There is an argument of a sort against the view that we are considering. I have been assuming that we admit the existence of other people and their perceptions, but question only the inference from perceptions to events of a certain kind. Now, there is no good reason why we should not carry our logical caution a step further. I cannot verify a theory by means of another man's perceptions, but only by means of my own. Therefore, the laws of physics can only be verified by me insofar as they lead to predictions of my percepts. If, then, I refuse to admit non-mental events because they are not verifiable, I ought to refuse to admit mental events in everyone except myself on the same ground. Thus, I am reduced to what is called solipsism, i.e., the theory that I alone exist. This is a view which is hard to refute, but still harder to believe. I once received a letter from a philosopher who professed to be a solipsist, but was surprised that there were no others. Yet this philosopher was by way of believing that no one else existed. This shows that solipsism is not really believed, even by those who think they are convinced of its truth. We may go a step further. The past can only be verified indirectly, by means of its effects in the future. Therefore, the type of logical caution we have been considering should lead us to abstain from asserting that the past really occurred. We ought to regard it as consisting of auxiliary concepts convenient in stating the laws applicable to the future. And since the future, though verifiable if and when it occurs, is as yet unverified, we ought to suspend judgment about the future also. If we are not willing to go so far as this, there seems no reason to draw the line at the precise point where it was drawn by Berkeley. On these grounds, I feel no shame in admitting the existence of non-mental events such as the laws of physics lead us to infer. Nevertheless, it is important to realize that other views are tenable. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Man's Place in the Universe. In this final chapter, I propose to recapitulate the main conclusions at which we have arrived, and then to say a few words on the subject of man's relation to the universe, insofar as philosophy has anything to teach on this subject without extraneous help. Popular metaphysics divides the known world into mind and matter, and a human being into soul and body. Some, the materialists, have said that matter alone is real and mind is an illusion. Many, the idealists in the technical sense, or mentalists, as Dr. Broad more appropriately calls them, have taken the opposite view, that mind alone is real and matter is an illusion. The view which I have suggested is that both mind and matter are structures composed of a more primitive stuff, which is neither mental nor material. This view, called neutral monism, is suggested in Mach's Analysis of Sensations, developed in William James's Essays in Radical Empiricism, and advocated by John Dewey, as well as by Professor R.B. Perry and other American realists. The use of the word neutral in this way is due to Dr. H. M. Scheffer, formerly of Harvard, who is one of the ablest logicians of our time. Footnote. See Holt's Concept of Consciousness, Preface. End footnote. Since man is the instrument of his own knowledge, it is necessary to study him as an instrument before we can appraise the value of what our senses seem to tell us concerning the world. In Part 1, we studied man, within the framework of common-sense beliefs, just as we might study clocks or thermometers, as an instrument sensitive to certain features of the environment, since sensitiveness to the environment is obviously an indispensable condition for knowledge about it. In Part 2, we advanced to the study of the physical world. We found that matter, in modern science, has lost its solidity and substantiality. It has become a mere ghost haunting the scenes of its former splendors. In pursuit of something that could be treated as substantial, physicists analyzed ordinary matter into molecules, molecules into atoms, atoms into electrons and protons. There, for a few years, analysis found a resting place. But now electrons and protons themselves are dissolved into systems of radiations by Heisenberg, and into systems of waves by Schrödinger. The two theories amount mathematically to much the same thing. And these are not wild metaphysical speculations, they are sober mathematical calculations, accepted by the great majority of experts. Another department of theoretical physics, the theory of relativity, has philosophical consequences which are, if possible, even more important. The substitution of space-time for space and time has made the category of substance less applicable than formerly, since the essence of substance was persistence through time, and now there is no one cosmic time. The result of this is to turn the physical world into a four-dimensional continuum of events, instead of a series of three-dimensional states of a world composed of persistent bits of matter. A second important feature of relativity theory is the abolition of force, particularly gravitational force, and the substitution of differential causal laws having to do only with the neighborhood of an event, not with an influence exerted from a distance, such as gravitation formerly seemed to be. The modern study of the atom has had two consequences which have considerably changed the philosophical hearing of physics. On the one hand, it appears that there are discontinuous changes in nature, occasions when there is a sudden jump from one state to another without passing through the intermediate states. Schrödinger, it is true, questions the need for assuming discontinuity, but so far his opinion has not prevailed. On the other hand, the course of nature is not so definitely determined by the physical laws at present known as it was formerly thought to be. We cannot predict when a discontinuous change will take place in a given atom, though we can predict statistical averages. It can no longer be said that, given the laws of physics and the relevant facts about the environment, the future history of an atom can theoretically be calculated from its present condition. It may be that this is merely due to the insufficiency of our knowledge, but we cannot be sure that this is the case. As things stand at the present, the physical world is not so rigidly deterministic as it has believed to be during the last 250 years. And in various directions, what formerly appeared as laws governing each separate atom are now found to be only averages attributable in part to the laws of chance. From these questions concerning the physical world in itself, we were led to others concerning the causation of our perceptions, which are the data upon which our scientific knowledge of physics is based. We saw that a long causal chain always intervenes between an external event and the event in us which we regard as perception of the external event. We cannot therefore suppose that the external event is exactly what we see or hear. It can, at best, resemble the percept only in certain structural respects. This fact has caused considerable confusion in philosophy, partly because philosophers tried to think better of perception than it deserves, partly because they failed to have clear ideas on the subject of space. It is customary to treat space as a characteristic of matter as opposed to mind, but this is only true of physical space. There is also perceptual space, which is that in which what we know immediately through the senses is situated. This space cannot be identified with that of physics. From the standpoint of physical space, all our percepts are in our heads, but in perceptual space, our percept of our hand is outside our percept of our head. The failure to keep physical and perceptual space distinct has been a source of great confusion in philosophy. In Part 3 we resumed the study of man, but now as he appears to himself, not only as he is known to an external observer. We decided, contrary to the view of the behaviorists, that there are important facts which cannot be known except when the observer and observed are the same person. The datum in perception, we decided, is a private fact which can only be known directly to the percipient. It is a datum for physics and psychology equally, and must be regarded as both physical and mental. We decided later that there are inductive grounds, giving probability but not certainty, in favor of the view that perceptions are causally connected with events which the percipient does not experience, which may belong only to the physical world. The behavior of human beings is distinguished from that of inanimate matter by what are called mnemic phenomena, i.e., by a certain kind of effect of past occurrences. This kind of effects is exemplified in memory, in learning, in the intelligent use of words, and in every kind of knowledge. But we cannot, on this ground, erect an absolute barrier between mind and matter. In the first place, inanimate matter, to some slight extent, shows analogous behavior. For example, if you unroll a roll of paper, it will roll itself up again. In the second place, we find that living bodies display mnemic phenomena to exactly the same extent to which minds display them. In the third place, if we are to avoid what I have called mnemic causation, which involves action at a distance in time, we must say that mnemic phenomena in mental events are due to the modification of the body by past events. That is to say, the set of events which constitutes one man's experience is not causally self-sufficient, but is dependent upon causal laws involving events which he cannot experience. On the other hand, our knowledge of the physical world is purely abstract. We know certain logical characteristics of its structure, but nothing of its intrinsic character. There is nothing in physics to prove that the intrinsic character of the physical world differs, in this or that respect, from that of the mental world. Thus, from both ends, both by the analysis of physics and by the analysis of psychology, we find that mental and physical events form one causal whole, which is not known to consist of two different sorts. At present, we know the laws of the physical world better than those of the mental world, but that may change. We know the intrinsic character of the mental world to some extent, but we know absolutely nothing of the intrinsic character of the physical world. And in view of the nature of the inferences upon which our knowledge of physics rests, it seems scarcely possible that we should ever know more than abstract laws about matter. In Part 4, we considered what philosophy has to say about the universe. The function of philosophy, according to the view advocated in this volume, is somewhat different from that which has been assigned to it by a large and influential school. Take, for example, Kant's antinomies. He argues, 1. That space must be infinite, 2. That space cannot be infinite, and he deduces that space is subjective. The non-Euclideans refuted the argument that it must be infinite, and Georg Cantor refuted the argument that it cannot be. Formerly, a priori logic was used to prove that various hypotheses which looked possible were impossible, leaving only one possibility, which philosophy therefore pronounced true. Now, a priori logic is used to prove the exact contrary, namely, that hypotheses which looked impossible are possible. Whereas logic was formerly counsel for the prosecution, it is now counsel for the defense. The result is that many more hypotheses are at large than was formerly the case. Formerly, to revert to the instance of space, it appeared that experience left only one kind of space to logic, and logic showed this one kind to be impossible. Now logic presents many kinds of space as possible apart from experience, and experience only partially decides between them. Thus, while our knowledge of what is has become less than it was formerly supposed to be, our knowledge of what may be is enormously increased. Instead of being shut in within narrow walls, of which every nook and cranny could be explored, we find ourselves in an open world of free possibilities, where much remains unknown because there is so much to know. The attempt to prescribe to the universe by means of a priori principles has broken down. Logic, instead of being, as formerly, a bar to possibilities, has become the great liberator of the imagination, presenting innumerable alternatives which are closed to unreflective common sense, and leaving to experience the task of deciding, where decision is possible, between the many worlds which logic offers for our choice. Philosophical knowledge, if what we have been saying is correct, does not differ essentially from scientific knowledge. There is no special source of wisdom which is open to philosophy but not to science, and the results obtained by philosophy are not radically different from those reached in science. Philosophy is distinguished from science only by being more critical and more general. But when I say that philosophy is critical, I do not mean that it attempts to criticize knowledge from outside, for that would be impossible. I mean only that it examines the various parts of our supposed knowledge to see whether they are mutually consistent, and whether the inferences employed are such as seem valid to a careful scrutiny. The criticism aimed at is not that which, without reason, determines to reject, but that which considers each piece of apparent knowledge on its merits, and retains whatever still appears to be knowledge when this consideration is completed. That some risk of error remains must be admitted, since human beings are fallible. Philosophy may claim justly that it diminishes the risk of error, and that in some cases it renders the risk so small as to be practically negligible. To do more than this is not possible in a world where mistakes must occur, and more than this no prudent advocate of philosophy would claim to have performed. I want to end with a few words about man's place in the universe. It has become customary to demand of a philosopher that he should show that the world is good in certain respects. I cannot admit any duty of this sort. One might as well demand of an accountant that he should show a satisfactory balance sheet. It is just as bad to be fraudulently optimistic in philosophy as in money matters. If the world is good, by all means let us know it, but if not, let us know that. In any case, the question of the goodness or badness of the world is one for science rather than for philosophy. We shall call the world good if it has certain characteristics that we desire. In the past, philosophy professed to be able to prove that the world had such characteristics, but now it is fairly evident that the proofs were invalid. It does not, of course, follow that the world does not have the characteristics in question. It follows only that philosophy cannot decide the problem. Take, for example, the problem of personal immortality. You may believe this on the ground of revealed religion, but that is a ground which lies outside philosophy. You may believe it on the ground of the phenomena investigated by psychical research, but that is science, not philosophy. In former days, you could believe it on a philosophical ground, namely, that the soul is a substance, and all substances are indestructible. You will find this argument, sometimes more or less disguised, in many philosophers. But the notion of substance, in the sense of a permanent entity with changing states, is no longer applicable to the world. It may happen, as with the electron, that a string of events are so interconnected causally that it is practically convenient to regard them as forming one entity. But where this happens, it is a scientific fact, not a metaphysical necessity. The whole question of personal immortality therefore lies outside philosophy, and it is to be decided, if at all, either by science or by revealed religion. I will take up another matter in regard to which I have said may have been disappointing to some readers. It is sometimes thought that philosophy ought to aim at encouraging a good life. Now, of course, I admit that it should have this effect, but I do not admit that it should have this as a conscious purpose. To begin with, when we embark upon the study of philosophy, we ought not to assume that we already know for certain what the good life is. Philosophy may conceivably modify our views as to what is good, in which case it will seem to the non-philosophical to have had a bad moral effect. That, however, is a secondary point. The essential thing is that philosophy is part of the pursuit of knowledge, and that we cannot limit this pursuit by insisting that the knowledge obtained shall be such as we should have thought edifying before we obtained it. I think it could be maintained with truth that all knowledge is edifying, provided we have a right conception of edification. When this appears to be not the case, it is because we have moral standards based upon ignorance. It may happen by good fortune that a moral standard based upon ignorance is right, but if so, knowledge will not destroy it. If knowledge can destroy it, it must be wrong. The conscious purpose of philosophy, therefore, ought to be solely to understand the world as well as possible, not to establish this or that proposition which is thought morally desirable. Those who embark upon philosophy must be prepared to question all their preconceptions, ethical as well as scientific. If they have a determination never to surrender certain philosophic beliefs, they are not in the frame of mind in which philosophy can be profitably pursued. But although philosophy ought not to have a moral purpose, it ought to have certain good moral effects. Any disinterested pursuit of knowledge teaches us the limits of our power, which is salutary. At the same time, in proportion as we succeed in achieving knowledge, it teaches the limits of our impotence, which is equally desirable. And philosophical knowledge, or rather philosophical thought, has certain special merits not belonging in an equal degree to other intellectual pursuits. By its generality, it enables us to see human passions in their just proportions, and to realize the absurdity of many quarrels between individuals, classes, and nations. Philosophy comes as near as possible for human beings to that large, impartial contemplation of the universe as a whole, which raises us, for the moment, above our purely personal destiny. There is a certain asceticism of the intellect which is good as a part of life, though it cannot be the whole so long as we have to remain animals engaged in the struggle for existence. The asceticism of the intellect requires that, while we are engaged in the pursuit of knowledge, we shall repress all other desires for the sake of the desire to know. While we are philosophizing, the wish to prove that the world is good, or that the dogmas of this or that sect are true, must count as weaknesses of the flesh. They are temptations to be thrust on one side. But we obtain, in return, something of the joy which the mystic experiences in harmony with the will of God. This joy philosophy can give, but only to those who are willing to follow it to the end through all its arduous uncertainties. The world presented for our belief by a philosophy based upon modern science is, in many ways, less alien to ourselves than the world of matter as conceived in former centuries. The events that happen in our minds are part of the course of nature, and we do not know that the events which happen elsewhere are of a totally different kind. The physical world, so far as science can show at present, is perhaps less rigidly determined by causal laws than it was thought to be. One might, more or less fancifully, attribute even to the atom a kind of limited free will. There is no need to think of ourselves as powerless and small in the grip of vast cosmic forces. All measurement is conventional, and it would be possible to devise a perfectly serviceable system of measurement according to which a man would be larger than the sun. No doubt there are limits to our power, and it is good that we should recognize the fact, but we cannot say what the limits are, except in a quite abstract way, such as that we cannot create energy. But from the point of view of human life, it is not important to be able to create energy. What is important is to be able to direct energy into this or that channel, and this can do more and more as our knowledge of science increases. Since man first began to think, the forces of nature have oppressed them. Earthquakes, floods, pestilences, and famines have filled them with terror. Now, at last, thanks to science, mankind is discovering how to avoid much of the suffering that such events have hitherto entailed. The mood in which, as it seems to me, the modern man should face the universe is one of quiet self-respect. The universe, as known to science, is not in itself either friendly or hostile to man, but it can be made to act as a friend if approached with patient knowledge. Where the universe is concerned, knowledge is the one thing needful. Man, alone of living things, has shown himself capable of the knowledge required to give him a certain mastery over his environment. The dangers to man in the future, or at least in any measurable future, come not from nature, but from man himself. Will he use his power wisely? Or will he turn the energy liberated from the struggle with nature into struggles with his fellow men? History, science, and philosophy all make us aware of the great collective achievements of mankind. It would be well if every civilized human being had a sense of these achievements, and a realization of the possibility of greater things to come, with the indifference which must result as regards the petty squabbles upon which the passions of individuals and nations are wastefully squandered. Philosophy should make us know the ends of life, and the elements in life that have value on their own account. However our freedom may be limited in the causal sphere, we need admit no limitations to our freedom in the sphere of values. What we judge good on its own account, we may continue to judge good, without regard to anything but our own feeling. Philosophy cannot itself determine the ends of life, but it can free us from the tyranny of prejudice and from distortions due to a narrow view. Love, beauty, knowledge, and joy of life. These things retain their luster, however wide our purview. And if philosophy can help us to feel the value of these things, it will have played its part in man's collective work of bringing light into a world of darkness. End of chapter 27. End of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell.